Welcome everybody. So nice to see so many people coming here for the Zero Emission Conference. Welcome to this Nordic conference on zero emission buses. My name is Jenny Skagestad. I work for Zero as an urban transport advisor.
Hello, my name is Ren Kvitberg-Eckhoff, and I work as an advisor for Public Transport Norway. We are an association of public transport authorities representing all of Norway.
This conference is hosted by Ruter, the public transport authority in the Oslo region, Zero, Public Transport Norway, the Nordic Energy Research, and with support from Enova. According to the Paris Agreement, we have only 11 years left to cut the world's climate gas emissions by more than 50%. One of the major climate solutions is electrification of the transportation systems worldwide. On this Friday, our kids are striking for climate action again in the streets of Oslo and many other cities and also around the world. The timing is now for a large-scale shift away from fossil fuels, and the bus sector is spearheading this big green shift. The electrification of the bus market is speeding up faster than the electrification of cars. Only 5 years ago, there were only small pilot projects with a couple of e-buses in different Nordic cities. Some of you might remember a Nordic e-bus and e-ferry conference in Gothenburg in 2014. And the same year, we brought the first electric bus to Oslo to the Zero Emission Conference here at Youngstorget. In 2016, we hosted an e-bus seminar and showcased e-buses and opportunity charging, also here at Youngstorget, together with Volvo and Siemens. In 2017, Public Transport Norway and Zero arranged an e-bus study trip to Eindhoven, Netherlands. And now, writing 2019, we believe that this will be the year for the large-scale breakthrough for zero-emission buses in the Nordic countries.
Sustainable mobility in Norway is evident with the large shift to electric buses. We are impressed with the municipality of Oslo and the dedicated work put down by our PTA members, Ruter, Brakar, Troms, and several others. They have valuable knowledge about zero-emission buses and charging solutions from procurements and dialogue conferences with the bus market. In Norway, there are now about 170 zero-emission buses in operation. At the moment, Oslo is in the front seat with the largest fleet of 115 e-buses. Regional e-buses will arrive next year, and long-distance e-buses is the next stop. The Nordic cities demand zero-emission solutions. Gothenburg will purchase 200 buses next year. Copenhagen will only procure e-buses from now on. Iceland and Finland are also in progress. Who will be in lead next year? The aim of this conference is gaining experiences from the Nordic countries, from planning and implementation of tenders, startups, and operation, and to share knowledge needed for the large shift to zero-emission buses. Please join us tomorrow on an exclusive field trip to see electrical buses and charging solutions in Oslo. We hope you learn a lot, and last but not least, have interesting conversations during the breaks. And some practical information. We'll use Q&A sessions during the conference. Please post questions to the speakers on Slido. And the conference is live streamed on YouTube. And please feel free to share updates from the conference in social media. You can use hashtag eBus and hashtag LBus. We wish you all an inspiring conference.
We are so happy that more than 200 people from the Nordic countries have come here today and tomorrow. We also have a lot of speakers, a lot of interesting speakers telling about their experiences. So I would kindly ask the speakers to make sure to keep the agreed time frame. You will get a sign and you will see how long time you have left here up on the screen. The speakers in the coming session would sit here, so that when your session that you're speaking in is coming up, please find a seat here so that we can give you a microphone just before coming to stage. So the first session, we will introduce a speaker to give us a status for the zero-emission buses globally. And I'm happy to introduce Tom Terjesen. He is the president for the Bus and Coach of the Year jury and the editor of Bussmagasinet. The floor is yours, Tom.
Ni hao. Apologize that I'm a little bit tired. I came directly from China now. So, and maybe also my words will be a little bit, well, done, not that good as I hope for. Maybe in Mandarin, maybe in Norwegian, maybe in English. Let's see. Okay. The Earth is flat and bus is a bus, or is it? No, we all know that it's not true. Please let me take you all on a journey around the world. Surprisingly, we can start with a little history from our own country. You may remember the electric brand Think, our electric car that made a revolution on the electric car market here in Norway, long time before Tesla and other brands. It is not easy to think that it's a small two-seated car is related to a bus, but it is. Just take a look at this presentation. Think Public was a small bus that not only had electric driveline, but the idea behind the model was to also make it autonomous. The idea was that the passenger booked his bus online, it picked you up and drive you to the destination. Today we have a lot of these buses, even in Oslo. And also the system for self-driving and online booking. Think was way too early for the market. The world was not ready for this innovation at that time. But what type of energy will we use for the future? We were talking about batteries, we have several other options. And when is the future? We all like to think that the future is several years from now. But no, the future is already tomorrow. Or even closer, just after my speech. In many years, we have been talking about the fuel for tomorrow. We all can agree that we have to stop using fossil fuel. Electric buses are one solution, but there are several other options. We just have to be careful about where the electric power comes from, how it is produced, and several other things. Here in Norway, we are lucky. The power is green, hydropower, or made from the wind, etc. In other countries, not far from us, they still produce electric power from coal and nuclear power plants. Not good for the environment. From a global perspective, we also have to come up with better ways to produce the power in these markets. So we can be sure that the buses not only make the air better in the city, but also in the whole world. One solution I have been looking at is to have the power plant on board in the buses or at the depot. What about hydrogen? It is the fuel that we have enough of in the universe. It is still not easy to control, and the hydrogen buses are way too expensive today. I agree that we will have a good solution in some years from now, but even in the world's biggest bus market, China, the majority of buses are battery electric. China have now reduced the subsidies dramatically for e-buses, but they still keep the subsidies for hydrogen buses. That means that there are more focus on hydrogen buses in China right now, especially on the coach market. Do all types of bus or electric buses meet the demands of the customer? I have been 5 times to China in the past 15 years and take a look at everything from production of batteries to the complete bus and infrastructure, from depot charging to opportunity charging. The majority is still 12-meter-long city buses in Class 1. 2/3 of the sale of city buses around in the world is solo version 12 meters. Every week I got questions about Class 2 buses from customers. And I can tell you now that Class 2 buses is available. Soon, several brands will have battery buses up to 50 meters with 3 axles in Class 2. Norway is one of the first markets in Europe that will soon put these type of buses in operation. I cannot say any brands or companies, but it will come soon. So yes, the e-buses meets the demands of the customers. Some of the e-buses on the market today are converted diesel bus structure. But I have been looking at a revolutionary design for the next generation of city buses. We are talking about a carbon fiber body, and that's not new. We have, back in the history, we had a factory called Vest in Norway. And just before they closed down, they also had a carbon fiber bus in their plans. So Norway was ahead also at that point. The body on this new bus is extremely light, and the battery is integrated in the chassis. So that's it, interesting. But I believe that it will be too expensive for the customer, especially in the beginning. Today, one of the main topics is still the efficient charging system. In the biggest e-bus market, China, the buses still use the overnight charging. The range is between 200 and 300 kilometers and have to charge from 2 to 6 hours. In the beginning of the e-bus revolution, there was only depot charging as an option. That was because if you want to charge the whole bus fleet, then you want to have the good range. The range at that time was short. The majority today is still depot charging, or what we call overnight charging. And also here in Europe, we have the same. But I also have been looking at different types of fast charging with pantograph on my way around the world. Around in Europe, the majority of the bus operators, together with the manufacturers, agree that the overnight charging is enough. The range is okay, and the capacity of the passenger is also good enough. On longer urban lines, the use of pantograph with different types of charging is common. And I believe that it will be the best solution also for the nearest future. Hydrogen, as I mentioned, is not the best solution today. We're talking about around 10 years from now, and the price have to come down. And we also have to be talking about the cost of ownership. I want to mention in-motion charging, IMC, only with a few words. This is a hybrid bus between trolley and battery bus. We don't have to travel longer than to Sweden to see it. It's running well, and soon we also will have it in traffic in Norway. The system is great for lines where overnight charging is not good enough, or you want to have a system where you can charge the bus when you are driving. The bus automatically connects to and disconnects to the system, I know some of us will say that they don't want to have the wires in the streets. But you can put them outside, and it connects and disconnects automatically. I like the system. The battery technology. What is the battery technology for the future? We have to remember that each new battery generation takes several years, and it will not be a revolution in the battery business for the nearest future. Solid-state battery will come soon. but it's not a revolution. Not as we are waiting for. One of the biggest challenges today is get enough batteries for the bus industry. The car industry can't get battery fast enough, and that is not good for the bus market. Buses are more or less using the same battery cells. If we now start to focus more on what there is inside the battery cell, what it's made of, and where the minerals come from, then we can reduce the supplies dramatically. And the problem is getting enough battery will just increase. The size and weight of the battery also goes down together with the new battery generation. But here it's very important to not take the wrong step. The producer of the buses can see that even if the weight of the battery goes down, the operator then asks for longer range. And then we are back where we started. Less on the capacity. For the oil business, we have the OPEC that is controlling the market. For the batteries in the electric cars and trucks and bus market, there is no control of the market. Bus manufacturers have to stay in line to get batteries for the buses. The private car industry is more or less fighting to get enough batteries. I have been on different type of factories around the world and have seen hundreds of buses standing in line to wait for the batteries. So that can also be one of the reasons that the price on the buses is too high. It's still too high. If you're waiting for me to tell you what I can see in the crystal ball, I can only tell you that there's not only one solution for the bus market, but several. I believe that the future's transportation is not the bus, but the whole transport system, which involves connectivity, smart planning, big data sharing. That is maybe the reason that we are here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tom. You will hear more from Tom later on. So the next speaker here today is Joachim Danchell. He's a special advisor of Movia, and he's going to tell us an overview of the zero-emission buses in the Nordics and the status from the Copenhagen and Denmark. So the floor is yours, Joachim.
Thank you. Before I begin, I would like to say a small thank you to Ruter and Kollektivtrafik for hosting this conference, being able for us to gain insight from each other and move forward faster than we would on our own. My first presentation is actually just some hardcore statistic. We have made a survey at Movia where we try to find out how many electric buses and zero-emission buses are there out there in the Nordic countries. And it is this survey I would like to introduce to you. We have been seeing also first on the geographical spread on the projects across the Nordic countries, and what we see is that there are projects on many sizes in almost every Nordic country. There's a fine spread also within the countries, and we must conclude that it is not a single PTA phenomenon, this. When we go and look at the amount of electric buses, we found it very interesting that in 2019 there has been, you can almost call it an explosion of electric and zero-emission buses. It tells us also something about the manufacturers, that they are actually able to deliver the buses that we order to some degree. Back in 2016, all the buses that they were driving, it was trial buses. Today, in 2019, only 4% of the buses out there are trial buses. The rest are actually buses in service transporting passengers every day from A to B, which is quite interesting. Also, when you see on the spread on each individual Nordic countries, it is again spread out nicely across. But what you also see is that the market breakthrough from zero-emission bus is actually a market breakthrough for electric bus. The hydrogen bus, they still have a long way to go. And all the numbers I show you today is for the end of 2019. So this is not plans, these are actual buses on the street. by the end of the year. When you go and look on the PTAs, you can see that actually 14 PTAs have smaller projects, and then of course we have a handful of PTAs who have larger projects. But what is relevant is that almost all PTAs are gathering some kind of knowledge and experience with these zero-emission buses. This is really good that it is not concentrated on few. When you go to the right graph, you can see that the Ruter, this is the effect of all the hard work and at least all the money that Ruter has put into the transformation into zero-emission buses, and then it follows by a good number of PTAs across. When you look at the PTOs, the operators, you can also see that a large handful of operators has the knowledge to bid into the tenders we put out there, being able to actually order these buses and getting some really good prices because they have the knowledge. Nubina, of course, with the transnational, how do you say? Yeah, they are all over the Nordic countries, has the most experience so far, but this gives a good overview. When you look into the manufacturers of these zero-emission buses, I believe that there are actually quite a good representation of both Chinese and European manufacturers. And what will be interesting to see in the coming years is how some of the old manufacturers from the diesel era will show their presence and what they have to say. Mercedes has begun to deliver buses, but what about MAN, Scania, Iveco, and so on? We still need to see their move into the industry. But so far, when you look at the buses, there's actually quite a fine representation. When you go to the charging stations, there's 4 significant players, and then, 4 significant players. This is also something that will change dramatically in the coming years, I believe. But yes. When you divide it into the length of the bus, of course, there's the 2 standard sizes, which is what you would expect. But what we, as a PTA, also think is interesting is the odd-sized buses, because we have also odd-sized wishes from some of the cities. Buses that is driving in the inner core of smaller cities and so on, and we can see we can get 8 to 11 meters, and these 12.8 to 13.7 meters buses, it is possible. And we also know that there are actually a good competition when we talk about 15 meters electric buses. So it is spreading out. It is more than just focusing on the mainstream. Now they're also going out to the other needs. Around half the routes is only serviced by electric bus. Yeah. One thing that is always very interesting for us as a PTA is what will it mean in terms of extra buses to fulfill the requirements of the routes. And when you have 76% of the projects having between 0 and 1 bus extra, that is really good, because that means that we do not have to pay so much extra in spare buses and so on. So this is a relevant finding for us. The 4%, as you see up there, that is actually just one project that has this very high number. And then the not available, that's not available. So, but there's still 29, so there can be some dark numbers in that. The last graph I want to show you about this statistic is the battery size. The battery size has actually risen a lot through the last couple of years, and what I see from this is that the influence of the Chinese producers, because the Chinese normally has a bigger size battery, when I talk about 12-meter depot, than the European. And that is what you see with the above 300 numbers. The reason for it to go a little bit down, I believe, is that the European manufacturers are getting more and more competitive. They are getting a bigger market share and pulling it a bit down. When you look at the public space buses, also the opportunity, we just call it public space because you can also have opportunity on the garage, of course. You see 130. It's a hard number to see anything in, but if you go into the numbers behind that, it varies from 70 to 200. And if you see the public space 18 meter, it goes from 50 to 288. I believe that in the future we will see the public space buses will have a much larger battery because we as a PTA need flexibility in our route planning, and we need flexibility when we take one bus from one line and put it on another line. It is really important for us. It's not too fixed on the individual lines. Therefore, we think it will rise. Yes. That was the first presentation. Yes. Hello, my name is Joachim. I would like to give you a short status on the Copenhagen zero-emission bus implementation also. And this is interesting, I promise you. These are our electric ferries that we will have by the end of the year, 7 electric ferries. And these 7 electric ferries, they were cheaper than our diesel ferries. A small thing to notice. Yes, just shortly about Movia. Movia is a public transportation agency that covers Zealand, which also is Copenhagen. We work for our 45 municipalities and 2 regions. We are owned by them and tendered all their bus lines, all their train lines, smaller train lines, and all our demand-responsive transport. So we have a lot of different kind of operations. We have only private PTOs to do all our actually work. We just think the big things. And our normal contract length so far is up to 12 years. And our fossil-free, we are mostly into fossil-free, contract length is up to 7 years in order to steer the market in the right direction. Our 2030 goals are we want to be fossil-free, and we also at the moment working on a certain number of electric bus, also due to the Clean Vehicle Directive, as everybody else. This is our bus fleet today. We have just started with our first electric project. Has gone into operation in April with 20 buses. It has gone really, really good. No problem at all, and everybody's cheering. Everybody's really, really happy. And we did not anticipate this. It is U-tongue buses. So yeah, this is our first experience. And then in the coming month, we will have both the harbor buses, as I told you about before, and we will have additional extra projects. All in all, so we will have around 76 buses by the end of the year. In Denmark, we have a really strong change in the political views, especially with the new government, who introduced a 70% CO2 reduction goal for the whole country in 2030 compared to 2090, which is the most ambitious goal anyone has set, as far as I know. We are looking into new national legislation on which buses to purchase. We have the CVD directives. And then we have, as told in the beginning, we have several municipalities who demand zero-emission buses on all buses. Even our poorest municipalities, and they are really poor, some of them, they start to say, okay, let's try to get some prices, and perhaps also let's see what the prices will be. And because we put this 7-year contract, we cheat a little bit, this 7-year contract on fossil-free, you have a short depreciation of the buses, and then sometimes a long contract on zero emission actually can be cheaper. So, well, This is a political landscape at us. This is something that most people find relevant. When you see these numbers, do remember our taxation system. Our taxation system is very different from Sweden and Norway. Everything is taxed in Denmark, and there's no special tax for environmental things. So our HVO, our fossil-free, we pay much more than in Sweden. Therefore, our basic here is fossil. So it's compared to fossil. Our expectation in 2016 was a fossil-free for the operator between 3.5–4%. And you can see what we have experienced in the coming tenders, the following A14, A16, and A17 tenders. And currently now we are working with between 3.5–14% extra for fossil-free. And what our experience when you come to zero-emission buses, which is the most relevant and interesting, is that the Roskilde buses, it cost only 2.4% more than diesel buses. The 2A, which I put a little, I don't remember what it's called, round thing around, we also transformed that from the 13.7 to 18-meter buses, and that is some of the reason for the price to be extra low, because we also reduced in the amount of buses. But again, the line number 18, it was 9% extra, and the last 8 buses, it was 13% extra, and we anticipate between 3 and 11% more. That is our best guesstimate so far. We have so far a really strong competition, and we are working intensively with the risk management towards the operators, because we need to work together to find answers for this. And this is one of the ways we have experienced we can reduce the price, is actually to have a dialogue with the operators, who also have to learn about zero-emission buses, what is demanded, and how would be the smartest way of carrying out the production. Yes, that was it.
Thank you very much, Joachim. Our next speaker is Mattias Adell from Svensk Kollektivtrafik. He is going to give us a status on the update of the zero-emission buses in Sweden. Please welcome Mattias.
Yes, my name is Mattias Adell, and I'm from Svensk Kollektivtrafik, similar to Kollektivtrafikföreningen here in Norway, Denmark, Finland, Iceland, etc. And we're the association for Swedish PTAs, and we do professional networks for knowledge sharing, etc., conferences, lobbying on national and EU level, etc. So that's what we do. We have 25 active members. They are counties and train companies mainly. And we also have associated members who are suppliers mainly, interest groups to the public transport in Sweden. And this is some of the things in addition that we do. And that's, of course, for the counties, it's important that they have somebody who can speak to the government jointly and actually speak with one voice. These are the members, and I'll just quite a few. When it comes to the climate goals for Sweden, there's a governmental vision, more or less, saying that we should be the world's first fossil-free welfare country. And then the overall climate goal is to have 0 net emissions of greenhouse gases by 2045. For the transport sector, we must reduce the emissions by 70% by 2030 compared to 2010. And our own goal for public transport is that we should have only fossil fuels by 2030, not only buses, then also counting the railways that are not yet electrified and the ships. So it's harder than you may think. Then there's the Clean Vehicle Directive that was agreed upon this summer, and it'll become law in all EU markets. I think you know all this, but 45% of all buses procured in the period between 21 and 2025 must be clean, and out of that, 22.5% must be zero emission. And then the targets are higher for the next period between 2026 and 2030. Now, again, some number crunching. And one might say about Sweden that we have been cautious. So you see, nothing much happened in 2017, 2018. I think many of our members were thinking, what's the optimal charging solutions? What about the increased driver's cost when you need to have charging breaks, etc.? What about the emissions from the heaters, the diesel heaters? What about, well, there's a question mark for sustainability of battery production, etc. But something happened this year, particularly, well, the last few months. And we now have 202 e-buses, which is 3 times as much as we had the year-end last year. And these regions, Västerbotten, Sörmland, Skåne, and Västra Götaland, are in the front. And the cities, Umeå, Eskilstuna, Nyköping, Malmö, Landskrona, Helsingborg, Borås, and Lidköping have substantial fleets of e-buses right now. And if you remember Joachim's number, he said 245 for Sweden, but that, I think, was at year end, and this is per August. So that's why the numbers differ a bit. Another thing that you'll recognize from Joachim's presentation is the change of manufacturers for e-buses, or the difference between traditional combustion engine buses and e-buses. And if you look at the table to the left, you can see that Volvo, Scania, MAN, and Mercedes had more than 80% of the current fleet in Sweden in public transport, which is like 10,200 buses, or it was in 2017. But if you look at the 202 e-buses, it's BYD and VDL that dominate quite heavily, and the remaining 69 buses are split between 10 different manufacturers. Also, when it comes to the operators, it's pretty much what the same picture as Joachim had. Nobina and Transdev dominate so far, and have like 3/4 of the buses in operation, and the other 53 are split between 10 suppliers. Now, looking a bit forward, factors that are positive, that are good for the future of e-bus development in Sweden is, of course, that there is a government subsidy, e-busspremie in Swedish. However, it was reduced this year from 100 to 80 million, meaning that the year when we really would need the premium, it's not there for everyone, so that's a problem. But still, it's positive that it's there. There's a general positive view on e-buses. It's something that everybody likes. And of course, the ambitious climate goals will force us. I have a friend down there who we've agreed that I'll speak a few minutes longer. Finally, bad things. I guess it's the insufficient power distribution grid capacity in some cases, in some cities in Sweden, which cannot cope with large-scale electrification both for cars and buses. That regional e-buses are not yet available in the market. I heard that they're coming, so we look forward to seeing them. And the power tax exemption that is valid for trains and trams and subway is not valid for e-buses. So that was pretty much the status this year for Sweden. And I now, you can introduce.
Thank you very much, Mattias.
Yeah.
Thank you. So you've already introduced the next speaker. That's Leif Olsson from Skånetrafiken. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Okay. My name is Leif Olsson. I come from Skånetrafiken, the southern county of Sweden. I suppose you all know it. I work together with our contractors with the buses in the area. Let me see if we get some pictures also here. We can take the next one. Actually, we started with electric buses already in 2003. Trolley buses in Landskrona, a city close between Malmö and Helsingborg. It's buses from Skoda, Ghent, and we have 5 of those buses, and we introduced also a slide-in bus after 5 years. That works very well. It was a challenge to introduce trolley buses, not the buses, but the wiring in the city. The citizens complained a lot. It looked like East Germany or something like that. But now it's accepted. It runs very well in Landskrona, the buses. Most of the buses are 16 years old, and we are planning to use them until 2024. Then we make a big step until January 2016. Together with Nobina, we started a project in a city in Ängelholm with buses from BID. Worked very well in the beginning, had some issues with the heater. We promoted to the citizens in Ängelholm that the buses, no smoke, no noise. Then we started the heaters, and it made a lot of smoke when we used them in the winter time. So we had to replace them, and now it works very well. We had the issue with the batteries after 3 years, and BID took care of that and replaced all the batteries in the buses in Ängelholm. And now it runs very well. But the heater was an issue. Okay. In Malmö, we started in December with 2018 with the Volvo buses at the line number 7 with the pantograph charged. Has also with problems in the beginning with the pantographs. We made a bad deal in Malmö. So we split that the city of Malmö was responsible for the pantographs. There was Nobina who was responsible for the buses, and there was Volvo. That was not a good thing to do because the responsibility was split, so that's hard to find out who was responsible for what. And when we started up in Helsingborg, I will show that later, we made that the Arriva who had the contract in Helsingborg, they were responsible for the whole thing, all pantographs and everything. We had some problems with the pantographs in Malmö, as I said, but now it works very well. In January 2019, we started in Landskrona with BID buses. And actually on the plane here today, it's okay to fly, I hope. I met the project manager from Nobina, and he said there was no problems. From the beginning in Landskrona, no problems at all. A little with door, but nothing with the electrical things. So the BID buses in Landskrona runs very well. And my hometown, Helsingborg, we started with VDL buses, the same as we saw today. Now in June, we had some problems with the chargers from Heliox, and also with some doors and other small things. But now it's running very well in Helsingborg too. The passengers appreciate the buses very much. And I asked the worst drivers I know, who's playing about everything, very much pleased with the VDL buses. And what's going on in the future in Sweden, in Skåne? Yeah, in August we started with the Mercedes. It's a new experience. We have not had Mercedes e-buses before. We will start with Trelleborg from December 2019. And actually in the Skåne area we will have about 66 e-buses at the end of this year. And the future, yes, regional buses, that's what we really want. So we can use the electrical thing outside the cities. Okay, I have 19 seconds, but I think I'm finished now, so okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Leif. And we are also really happy when people are ahead of time. So now the next speaker is Reijo Mäkinen. Welcome. He's the project director for Helsinki Regional Transport. He's going to give us an update about Helsinki and Finland. The floor is yours.
Hello, everybody. Now we go. This one big issue that when we switch to electricity, we can cut all CO2. It's really possible, and so. And we think that by 2025 we have 30% of buses will be in electric. What we have done, local emissions is going down very quickly, and we go near to zero 2025. This is one picture what we are doing, and we can see that we are now cutting local emissions near roughly 80%, and CO2 about 40%, and it goes very well. And 25. All emissions are cut over 90%. How we can do it? We analyze our contracts and how much buses are coming to tender. At this maximum, how much we can be electric buses 25. It's very much, actually. And the whole fleet is about 1,300. Now we have chargers, 6 end stops, and 2 chargers in railway station terminal, and 40 depot chargers. And then this is map where those are, and the Leppävaara is new one. There is on the construction just now, and will be ready very soon. We think that we don't put charging systems every stops. or every end stops. But main terminals, trunk lines, ends, and then those are such systems operators' responsibility. And we think that good solution is charging as a service. So I explain what it means. We put together every charges, maintenance, management, and so and so. And one operator operates that. And then the other side is bus operators. And we tendered this charging as a service, and there was 3 competitors, and the Finnish company Plugit won this tendering. And we have now 35 buses on the road. And the experience is that we have transit availability in Europe, and the price is very high, or too high yet, but I trust that the price is coming down. And it means that there comes Chinese buses, and those are starting very well in young buses in Helsinki area. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Reijo. Now we're going to get an update status from Iceland. Please welcome to the floor Ingvar H. Jóhannesson, manager and operator of Straeto. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for this opportunity. I will have a quick view from this small island up north called Iceland. That was it. So, just a little bit about Straeto. It's a company owned by 6 municipalities in the capital area. And also we are both PTA and PTO. And we are taking care of 50% of the driving in this area. And then we have 2 contractors. And we are also servicing the rural public transportation. That's some extra job. But what is happening? We have many slides or news regarding zero emission and many goals. There is one missing from this one. Should be a picture of Donald Trump. So, but as I said, we are a small island. We are a very small operator. It's only 150 buses. But nevertheless, we have already bought 14 e-buses, which is about 9% of the fleet. So maybe not so small in that matter. But we have just been playing around with the figures for the CO2 footprint of the company. And as you can see, 25 tons of CO2 we have to get rid of, because our board promised the government that we would be zero emission in 2030. So we have work to do. And we have some figures from last year. We just started 2018 driving those e-buses, maybe half of the year, and not fully. So we are just starting our project. But we have not decided how to do it or when. So all of this is a speculation. But there is an opening in 4 years because of the contracts with our other operators in 4 years. Then we might ask them to have e-buses totally. So this could look like this graph we made, and they are operating 50% of the fleet, so we will be reducing around 50% of the CO2 footprint in 2022, if we will demand e-buses or zero emission. And then we can see what's left. And that means after 2023 we have to buy 10 e-buses every year to reach the goal. That's not hard. It's not a big task. But we are a small company, we are a small nation. It's a big amount of the fleet, so. But that is just speculation, as I said. And here we have a slide from the finance department. There are lots of benefits. There is nothing but benefits going this way. Keep that in mind. If you talk about money, there's nothing but benefits. It's cheaper to operate e-buses. The price for diesel is very high, and especially in countries like Iceland, we have green energy from hydro, geothermal, whatever. So using electricity instead of diesel, that means lots of money. So we will be rich. And as you can see, this is the blue line. It's in free fall, this usage of diesel this year. Just a little bit about the consumption of the e-buses we have. We had a slide from the manufacturer, as you can see on the upper slide, what they told us in the beginning, and we did some investigation, and then it's not easy to make accurate information regarding the temperature, but we have there one bus both in February and July, and there is a slight difference we can see. And it's not far away from what the manufacturer says. So we are happy with that, as they promised. And of course you can see the brand here. It's called Yutong. We were the first buyers in Europe of this brand, and there has not been no problems whatsoever. The charging structures, we are only using depot, and this is also the first container-based system in Europe from China. I think the production today is based on what we asked for, and we are very happy with it, and that has not been any problem whatsoever either. So, as I said, we have not planned how to get rid of our footprint, but this is speculation, and we will work on it, of course, when we see how much money we are gaining. That's for sure. Easy to sell. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ingvar. Getting really optimistic about this. So our next speaker now is going to introduce the session on status updates from Norway. And that's Jon Stenslet, manager for vehicles, depots, and energy infrastructure in Ruter, and also one of the co-hosts. Welcome, Jon.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Jenny. Thank you, Ingvar. Thanks to all the fellow members of the public transport community. Thanks to all the people in this room who have contributed to where we are today, together. The container thing is one innovation. We have seen so many innovations happen in different places, and I find that quite cool. This is another innovation, and I think we can be proud of it. I will come back to that. The first thing I'm really proud of is that I could now take this headline and cross off will and say, we have done it. Huh? This was April last year with a press conference. It wasn't guaranteed that we would be here now, but this is really happening. So we are maturing. We are also growing in the number of people in this capital. So when we are having quite high growth in the public transport as well as transitioning the technology. So just one word, Ruter is buying services, so we don't buy the buses. We have operators, PTOs, who do that. And we are also have also expanded with our last tender with the municipalities down to the left. It has gotten bigger. You see that we have quite a big market share for the bus. So it's a very important transition for us. And it's one thing that we're really proud of. You see the tiny red circle showing the car traffic has been, are actually decreasing the car usage in Oslo. It's working. And the public transport is rising. And this is because we make it easier and better for people to use public transport. While we're doing that, we are very, very conscious about being sustainable. We want to push the market to work in a sustainable way. We are very clear on that, and we expect to have long-term gains. We also, some years ago, made we looked into the market and saw what is the societal benefit of putting 1 kroner into public transport. You get better health, you get less road construction, etc., etc. We actually get a lot back, and I'm sure this is approximately the same case in other countries. So, Oslo and Akershus asked us to be forward-leaning on the transition to zero emission, clean public transport. And our answer was, yes, we can. but the way from 0 to 100% zero emission is not given. In 2 weeks, we will have elections, municipality elections in Norway. This is very, very interesting. In 2015, we had the Green Party assume the chair in the town hall, and that is actually influencing how we are transitioning. So the highest curve here is the fastest. It's the fastest legal way that we see, and the green is the slowest. It's the least expensive way to transition. And the actual we will see. But we have already signed contracts for operation start next year, 41 more electric buses and 128 more electric buses transitioning within that contract period in 2025. Yes, we have been learning. Everything has not gone all that smooth, but we have had testing of 3 systems. This gave the PTOs they then got to know the risk better, and they actually then dared to introduce 39 buses. Now we have the first regional buses. These are still class 1, but with seat belts and around 40 seats. And these are small innovations happening in the market. For Oslo City, we now have, as you have seen today, many more buses. And if you go down, there are electric buses everywhere in the city center. It's really cool. And it's quiet. You have seen this today. Are we putting a ding in the universe? Are we making a difference? I think we are. And we can still choose to do that together. That's what this conference is about. We want to share and learn and together be stronger. So some things that have happened in the last years, which we together have been pushing the market for. We now have electric buses available with seat belts for city buses if we want to. We have solo buses above 12-meter length, which have more seats, if that's what we want. And we actually now have signed contracts for Class 2 electric buses, and there were more than one manufacturer who could come up with buses. And there will be many more in 2025 already signed. This is really cool. And for the first time, BYD, as Jan Volsdal in Nobina said today, they will be fast-charging lithium iron phosphate batteries with 300 kilowatt fast chargers. There's more. We're operating Mercedes buses which have new heat pumps. They are efficient down to minus 10 degrees. We can use less power and still heat the bus in a clean way. This is where the market can go if we have the requirements to support it. And we will have numbers for the fuel usage during this year. And of course, we are pushing together with many players in the market, sustainability in our supply chain. Our next step is to prepare the Oslo tenders, which are coming out after Christmas and then sometime after that. And these are some of the end stations where we see that we need to look into the possibility of having enough space for public charging. This is our model today. I'm not going to explain it, but you can read the slides if you have a special interest. What we see is that Ruter must take responsibility for space, both on depots and in public space. I'm sorry, this is in Norwegian. That's our model for the end-stop charging, where we say we find space, we find power connection, because there's a risk for the operator. Which charging solution is the one for the future? I believe that it's diverse. You can have an optimal for one line, and the other line will need something else. This is an overview of our current depots and buses. This is our bus fleet today. Next year we will have 41 more buses. We believe that it's going to take quite some years until it's cheaper overall for the system. But some bus lines we can say that don't have a extra cost today. So 10 to 15% maybe, or in realistic terms, 0 to 30% extra cost for electric bus lines. Yeah. And for every tender, it will depend on the political influence on financing and priorities, how we will prioritize the criteria for zero-emission buses, but the goal is zero emission by 2028. I will now not take more of your time, but this could be a future scenario, indoor depots, because zero emission, small bus there. People are getting more conscious about energy consumption, also for the drivers, and that's a really good thing. Thank you very much. We have a few links here. Enjoy the conference.
Thank you very much, John. So our next speaker is now going to give us an update on Drammen. Terjesen is the managing director of Brakar. The floor is yours, Terje.
Thank you for the opportunity to tell a little about the Drammen experience. Brakar have made a roadmap to low and zero emission for urban transport in Drammen. We think in electrification of the buses in 3 phases. First phases was a careful start in Route 51, Drammen-Mjøndalen, with 6 buses. We started in January and was testing the bus and charging infrastructure. It was a very nice test. Buses and battery held what they promised. We could manage the traffic in 3.5 days with only 1 pantograph. The batteries and bus was good enough. Then we start full operation with 10 minutes frequency in rush from March. Our experience so far, 11,500 trips, 185,000 kilometers, 99.9% of scheduled trips have been run. We have adjusted it for other bus failures, but the technology, the electric technology is promising. 91% of successful charging operations have been done. The energy consumption is as planned, 1.45. And the most important lesson we have from Drammen is that you have to choose partner who wants you to succeed. Vybus, Siemens, Enova, Buskerud fylkeskommune, Drammen kommune, Norconsult, Rambull, Volvo, ABB have all made this first phase as a success. Next phase is to replace all buses with electric buses. Today we have a lot of old, Vybus have to change a lot of old diesel buses. Then will we buy new electric buses. We lost our, can I take it, bompengepakke I Drammen. They don't want to take the road toll in Drammen. So we have to make a new application for the reward scheme for public transport, has been sent. And we get the same money as we have get before, about 50 million kroner. and Erna, the Prime Minister, promised that into the press conference on Friday, so the money is okay. Then we get 25 new buses, probably, next year. For we want to build new charging station, we plan to have most of the city lines to electrical operation in 2021, and then we need 10 to 14 new charging stations. 8 is already ready for construction. 4 is a minor regulation questions, but neither Drammen or Drammen Kommune or we think that there will be any problem to get the 4 rest of them in place. Phase 3, zero emissions in new tender in Drammen from 2024. And then thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Terje. So our next update is coming from Trondheim, in the middle of Norway. Welcome, Andreas K. Director Strategy and Development in ATB. The floor is yours, Andreas.
Thank you. ATB. Just a couple of weeks ago, we totally redid our transport system in Trondheim and the Greater Trondheim area. From the 2nd to the 3rd of August, every route was different. 300 new buses was in operation. A lot of drivers had their first day on job. And it was a big test for us. It was a big test for the city. And so far, we are happy. Of course, some hiccups, but still happy. A part of that was transforming 300 buses to 100% fossil-free. And of those 100%, 12% was zero-emission buses. So we have 4 lines in this new system, which are zero-emission buses. And they range from a short one for 4.4 kilometers up to the longest one, which is 18.7 kilometers long. And Trondheim, and everyone has been in Trondheim, know that the city center is quite compact, and then you have hills around it. So there's quite a climb for all the routes. And you see the time, estimated time for the routes. So we are quite excited, or quite, we are awaiting the winter to see how the power consumption for the lines will be when we have snow and ice and all this climb. But it will be quite interesting to see. For those lines, we have 7 pantographs. We have ABB as the supplier of the pantographs, automatically charged inverted pantographs, 450 kilowatt of output. And this is one of the pantographs in the downtown of Trondheim, placed between a zero-emission building, or a plus house, actually. So part of the power from that pantograph comes from the positive house, energy house, just beside it, which is quite interesting. And Enova, one of the financiers of these pantographs, are sited just beside it. They can look down on the pantograph and watch over it, which is very nice. So then we have 39 electric buses, of which 36 is in operation. We have the Volvo electric buses, 28, 200 kilowatt hours batteries, 300 kilowatt of charging capacity, 12 meters, and 60 passengers. They are all in operation now, and they were from the 3rd of August. Then we have 11 Helio buses, which have a slightly less battery capacity, but can charge at a higher current with 450 kilowatts. These are 80 meters buses. They are still not in operation, unfortunately. We think there are some small technical issues that will be sorted out quite shortly together with TD and the manufacturers, which are quite confident that within a short time they will be in operation as well. Do we have a lot of problems, 99 problems? No, not really, but of course some hiccups. This is a proven technology, but there's still a lot of first times. It's the first time for us as a PTA. It's the first time for the operators, the first time for the drivers, from the installers. A lot of first times. So even if the technology is proven, the market, the supply chain for installation, for operation, it's still new. So we have some issues like the fuses are blowing, systems are not updated, the bus is updated, the pantograph is not, and then it's vice versa the next day. So still some software issues, the communication, the Wi-Fi wasn't on the bus when it arrived, the driver didn't know. A lot of small hiccups, and we're sorting them out day by day. But the public, they don't really notice, because they are quite good at either replacing the bus if it's needed, or sorting it out remotely, or giving the driver help, or going out with service personnel to the pantographs if it has to be fixed on the time. So far we are really happy with the buses. The public are really happy with the buses. They are quiet, which is very nice in the city center, and very nice in the residue out in the suburbs. So we are happy. And we started this process 2014, 2015. If we have started today, I think we will have a lot more of the zero-emission buses. But now for the next couple of years, we will have these 40 buses. In the middle of the contract period, we will have the opportunity to expand and have more electric buses. But for now, 40 buses, and we are very happy with it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andreas. So our next speaker is Rolf Mikael Odland. He is a smart city advisor of Columbus. Please, we'll get an update now from Rogaland.
Thank you, Yannick. Thank you. My voice is cracking a little bit today, but I think we're going to be fine. Yes, the county of Rogaland is situated at the west coast of Norway, with Stavanger as the main city, the capital of the county. We have been, this has been implicit in everything today, but we haven't said it, so I think it's, I can make a point of that to just say it. The internal combustion engine is dying. It will not be missed. So, and this was in 2017. As you can see, The Economist, in a quite prescient article, they said that the first death rattles of the internal combustion engine are already reverberating around the world, and many of the consequences will be welcome. So this is really what this is all about. This is not sustainable, so we have to move on, and this is what the conference is about. So thank you very much to Zero for doing this. It's important that we gather and take the next step, because this engine is dead. In Rogaland, we have 6 contracts with approximately 500 buses. We have also, just mentioning that, ferries and fast ferries, this being the coast, of course, 5 contracts with 13 vessels. This is no less a challenge, but I will not speak of that today. We are also building a bus rapid transit system, 50 kilometers, which will be one of the biggest in the Nordics. Will be starting operations in 2033, and the county council has already decided that all the buses running on this BRT shall be battery electric. So that is decided. Our emissions, we have to keep track, of course, as we all have to these days. 19,700 tons of CO2 per year from the buses. It has gone down just slightly, very slowly, because we have 5 electrical buses, and we have started just recently to use HVO, second generation biodiesel, which gives us a little hand in cutting the CO2 emissions. Yes, so we were the first in Norway, not the first in the Nordics. I believe that was Copenhagen. Wasn't it, Joachim? We started I started because I was the project manager for that. In 2012, I decided that we should test electrical buses. The problem, of course, in 2012 was that no European bus manufacturer had electrical buses for us. No 12-meter buses was available. So we had to look to China. As you all know, BYD was quite ahead, still is maybe. So they had put into service 200 buses the year before, 2011, in Shenzhen. So that helped us a lot. But still, it took 3 years, 2012 to 2015, just to get 2 buses running, 2 battery electric buses running in regular service in Stavanger. So, well, it takes time. It takes time. But now, 2019, we believe that the time was ripe for everybody who has been paying attention to realize that now we have to electrify everything. Unfortunately, our politicians did not think the same, so they made our goal of being emission-free or fossil-free in 2025 impossible by selecting fossil diesel for this contract, which is going to last to 2030. So it's no way that we can be fossil-free in 2025 when this contract is lasting to 2030. And the problem was that it was too expensive. So the majority in the county council decided we have other things to use to allocate our money to. We can't be bothered with this. Somebody else has to take responsibility for the county buses, not us. So that's a pity because it's 1,500 tons of emissions every year that we will not be rid of. It was slightly better in Haugesund, the county council. That time we divided the lot in options, so they did not have to go for 100% electric. And then they choose the smallest, with 17 buses. So next year we will have 17 buses running in Haugesund, which is 28% of the production in Haugesund. The next steps for us is the big contracts in the south of the county, Nord-Jæren, Jæren and Dalarna, with approximately 350 buses, will be tendered in 2023 or 4 or 25. Start of service 24 to 26, and duration of contract 7 plus 3 years. So that is a big contract, and as you all know, at least my Norwegian compatriots, we have the Stortinget passed the Climate Act in 2017. We have to comply with this or we'll be penalized. I'm quite sure of that. So the next contract in Rogaland, the diesel option will not even be discussed. It will not even be allowed. Zero emission buses will be default in all public transport contracts in Norway from 2021 onwards. And the last slide, this is based upon my experience. This is what we should have from the bus manufacturers. Capacity of at least 450 kilowatt hours on the bus. Charging at depot at night. As much as the energy has to be transferred during the night as possible. You have to have supercharging above 250 kilowatts at select locations. And my last point, if you're a bus manufacturer in the audience here, and you are not at this point in time investing heavily in battery-powered buses, you are going to be obsolete in 5 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rolf Mikael. Before the next speaker, I would just remind you that if you have any questions for these brilliant speakers, you can just go into slido.com and use the hashtag 0, and then you can post any questions. And Hopefully your question will be picked out for the Q&A session after all these speakers. So our next speaker now is going to give us an update from Bergen, and that's Einar Ålen Hundsager. He's a special advisor for Skyss.
Thank you. I work with Skyss, that's the public transport authority in the county of Hordaland, including the second biggest city of Norway, Bergen. We today have 11 contracts with different bus operators running about 800 buses for us in this region. I'm going to tell you how Bergen is starting to go electric from next year, December. Let's start with, how do I use it? There we have it. Let's start with the background of that. Our county council has decided that we want to go low and zero emission in the whole region before 2025. And for Bergen, we should do that before the end of 2020. To make that, we have to use biofuels. We are doing that in some contracts already. We have to substitute natural gas with biogas. And we have to use electric buses. And we're doing this in the contract for the city center, Bergen Centrum, from next year. If you look at the whole region, we have to electrify 10% of the buses to achieve our goals of emission reduction. This means in Bergen City we expect about 80 buses going on battery being charged on the depot, and 10 buses charging from overhead wire. In Bergen we have the only trolley line in Norway today. To keep the CO2 emissions and the impact from the energy production as low as possible, we also stress that we want to look at the energy production, meaning that for biofuels we want them to have a sustainability certificate, we want biodiesel to be palm oil free, and we want electricity to be renewable. What does this mean for our production? On the left-hand side you can see the kilometers driven in our region. And from 2017 to 2021, we're going to go from the black and gray parts. This is sorted by energy source. And black and gray, those are the fossil energy sources. And we're going over to the red ones, renewable energy sources. We are starting this year with biofuels, biodiesel. Next year, we will substitute a lot more natural gas with biogas. And 2021, you will have the full effect in 2021. We will reach the 10% electric production in our bus services in the region. What does that mean for the emissions? You see on the right-hand side the emissions from the different energy sources, and we see that from 2017 to 2021, we will reduce the CO2 emissions by 60%, going from today 50,000 tons a year to 20,000 tons a year. How have we done that? We have just this year made a tender for Bergen Centrum. It was a price competition with some requirements regarding environment. We required the line 6 to be a completely electric bus line with trolley battery buses, automatically wiring and dewiring from the overhead wire, and charging the batteries so that they can run without wire as well. And we required 3.5 million kilometers to be run by electric buses. The operator may itself assess these kilometers to lines and to buses and to days. We accept biodiesel heaters, but as I already said, we want the electricity to be completely renewable. They have to buy certificates of origin, and They can't use any plug-in electric vehicles. Those vehicles have to be completely electric. What have we done with the charging infrastructure? As a PTA, we have ordered the power supply from the grid operator to the depot. We have ordered 10 megawatt, just as we have seen today in Oslo, on the depot we were. We have gotten a grant from Enova, the state funding organization, up to 40% of the costs for maximum 80 slow chargers and 8 rapid chargers. And the operator had the opportunity to decide within this frame how they wanted to design the charging infrastructure. So from the point of signing the contract with the operator will have the contact with the grid operator and establish the infrastructure, which we can buy from the operator when the contract starts. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, Einar. So our next speaker now is Arne Fredheim. He's the Managing Director for Hedmark Trafikk, and he's going to give us an update about Hamar.
Thank you, and thank you for having the opportunity. Now we've heard a lot of experiences from difficult areas of the north. We don't have any experience yet. We are, in a way, incoming next year. Hedmark is a county. It's a large county, half the size of Denmark in square kilometers, but we only have 200,000 inhabitants. And we're talking about Hamar, and that's 1.5 hours with public transport train north of Oslo. Some few facts about us, as I mentioned. We're not that big. We have about 7 million travelers in total a year, and that is mostly made up of school transport. We have about 275 buses in operation. 70–80% of them are doing school bus transport. And I'll come back to that later, because that has an impact on how we make our plans and how we budget for investments. A lot of small vehicles, taxis, etc., minibuses. And we do about 10.2 million route kilometers a year. This one I'm very proud of and very happy with. We have had an incredible increase of ordinary travelers the last 6 years. When we are planning for a new tender that will start next year, I hope we will have these figures with us. And that is what we have done when we have looked into how we set up our investments regarding new buses and the use of used buses. Zero emission buses in Hamar from the 1st of July next year. We're very happy with this one. And we will have 20 full electric buses. That includes the reserves operating in the city of Hamar. We will also have 20 new region buses, Euro 6, 5 new minibuses, Euro 6, and an extensive amount of used buses on Euro 5. But all those Euro 6 and Euro 5 buses will use HVO diesel. And the operator is Vy Bus. For us, this is a new start. And I said we don't have any experience, but based on all the experience that all of you have and that you have shared in different channels, we made a decision. We were about to have a test, but we were a little bit delayed in our own process. So we decided, okay, let's go for it, and we made a decision. We will have electric or zero emission buses when we made the tender process. Regarding the use of used buses, that is for us also a kind of recycling in a little bit bigger perspective when it comes to the climate debate. The picture on the upper front or on the upper right, that is from, I think it's from 2013, regarding bus churchyards. And for us, a school bus, as I told you, we have a lot of them. They run about 30,000 kilometers a year. A bus should be able to run about 2 million kilometers or something. So that's why we are also doing this in our tenders. We allow used buses. But I think we'll come well out. During the tender, we have a process. We have also developed our city lines system in Hamar, more direct and efficient lines, and we will use the zero-emission bus lines on route B1, 2, 3, B2, B4, and B5. And for that, this will require 18 buses because we are doing only have the depot charging system. We won't charge or have opportunity charging. So it requires 15 buses, but we'll use 18 to manage this operation. Talk to me there, yes. Effects on climate, yes, most definitely. The CO2 reduction, 44.2%, significant of noise, of course. And in this tender, we were able to increase the number of route kilometers or services to people, both in the lines and frequency and opening hours, to put it that way. And we also have reduced empty driving. Another thing that we are quite happy with, Martin, you're here. You were hard on this one, that we should require Svanemerket, I call it a bus wash or bus wash. We will have this one, and that will reduce the emissions of zinc, cadmium, lead, oil, etc. by up to 90%. And it will also reduce the use of water with about 60 to 75%. So this one as well, we're quite happy with in this context. Yes, and we will fulfill our politicians' requirements. I think you said, Jenny, we have 11 years. With the plans that we have for new contracts and this one. This one is a 10-year contract, will end in 2030, then we're ready for the next step. And then we have 2 other contracts, which will end in 25 and 26. And I believe that with development, we will be able to fulfill our goals and objectives within 2030. So I think that should be all. Yes, we will become Innlandstrafik by the 1st of January. And that concludes my briefing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Arne. The last speaker in this session, before the Q&A session and the break, is Finn Arve Guttormsen. He is the head of Department for Construction and Infrastructure in Avinor. He's going to tell us about electric shuttle buses at Oslo Airport. The floor is yours, Finn Arve.
Thank you for not feeling ashamed to invite a representative from the aviation industry. There are not all new words we love especially much. We represent Avinor, and we own and drive and operate 43 airports around in Norway. That is very, very important for the whole society. But the biggest one is, of course, in Oslo Lufthavn på Gardermoen. And it's even a little bit bigger than our Swedish friends in Arlanda, but a little bit smaller than Copenhagen, but we are working on it. We are in Avinor working on many different lines, and one of the lines is to facilitate conditions for our partners. So it's a small revolution, but an important revolution is that we, from 2020, from Norway, will always have 0.5% of biojet fuel. And that seems like a very small number, but it's a revolution in the aviation industry. But the next step is the electrified aviation. And we are looking forward to the year 2040, with the whole system, especially in North Norway and in smaller places, will be all electrified. At that moment, the aviation will not be the problem, then the aviation is the solution. But we had a little drop down in that project, as you know, for 10 days ago. but he is up and going. But in the meantime, we have to look at our own production. What are we doing in our daily basis? And if you see from this cake, almost half of the greenhouse gas emissions at our airports is from our vehicles. But this is, at the moment, there are a lot of that vehicles that is very important to do anything in the direction of electric solutions. But we are then based on the biofuel. So we were very happy when our good friends in Enova made it possible to make a business case that we could do an investment at Oslo Lufthavn to change out the 8 buses we have there that every year transport 1.3 million passengers, only small trips, 2 or 3 or 4 minutes, but using 180,000 liters a year that now will be changed out and will be electrified. So we went out to the market and asked for a solution, a total function. That means both buses and also the needed infrastructure for charging the buses. We have described the things that is important at the airport. And we need the buses as soon as possible, and that means 2020. And that was a very interesting competition. And in every competition we had very good people with us. And the winner this time was VDL, and the subcontractor was Heliox. So we are looking very exciting then for the next year. Well, all the bus inside the airport will be electrified. Have a nice flight home, and wait till 2040 for the electric planes. Thank you very much.
Skal vi ta lengre pause, eller skal vi... Thank you very much, Finn Arve. So now we've come to the session with the Q&As, and I'm very happy to see that many of you have posted questions on Slido. And I'm curious to see which of your questions will be highlighted and picked out from our moderators. And to moderate this Q&A session, we have Jon Stenslet, as you know, in Ruter. You've already met him. And my colleague, Marius Gjerseth, he's the head of technology in Zero. Please, welcome.
All right. Let's now we are kind of trialing this setup with the questions, but I think it's actually working right now. We have good questions being posted. So, Marius, you need to help me on the logistics here, since we don't want to have a panel of 12 people standing here all the time. But so, if a question goes to a specific person, like there will be one for Joachim in a short moment. So those people who feel that they should be answering or want to answer can make their way forward, because then they can be on stage and the streaming can also see them. So we had one question. How long does an e-bus run? And I will answer that. The answer is, we will know later today, because the operators and the suppliers will be on stage. So we will hear more about that. Then there's a question, what are the 3 main barriers against electrification? And of course this could be different in different cities. So that question goes to basically everybody who have been here, and I believe that we have different perspectives, and it's really good to then get different points of view. So please feel free to come forward to give your comment on that. And then the last question, which came in quite early, extra heaters with biofuels, are they now clean enough that we can actually allow them, that we can keep using them? Is that now okay? We heard earlier today from at least one guy who had experience on that. And please feel free to answer that question. But first, Joachim, there was you can now have the challenge of answering short, but there's a question: how does the charging infrastructure, tendering, and ownership work in Copenhagen?
Well, I can say in Copenhagen we have made something, a new business. We have thought a new business model, which includes a framework contract with Siemens for the next 8 years. In that period, we can buy, charging stations that will last for another up to 12 years. This framework contract, which is quite unique, allows us to when we prepare our tender conditions, to go out to the urban areas together with the municipalities and identify the locations which could be relevant. And then we take these locations, ask Siemens, okay, what would it cost for you to place infrastructure here and here and here? And then we take that information together with the fixed pricing, put it in the tender condition, and then the operators can choose it. And then we make sure through our framework agreement that all the infrastructure are being placed for the start of the operation. We've made this agreement because we would like to equal out the competitions between operators. We would like the smaller operators, the middle-size operators, to have the same good prices as the big operators. And because we can see that our operators have enormous problems on placing infrastructure in the city areas. So I can say that we have gotten prices that, for what I can see, is more than half, lower than half that the prices that we have heard earlier today. We pay around 2 million Danish kroner for one charging station, plus, of course, plug into the grid. And that is standard prices for all the operators. And in the tender that we are out now, we have 30 different locations from which the operators can freely choose. This is handled, and there is no obstacles. And we have made, we use redundant chargers to handle the, the connection between the operators and the and Siemens and us. When we talk about the ownership of the chargers, we can choose different models. So we can say to Siemens, we would like you to own it, and then we pay the whole amount for the chargers up front. But we also use a public leasing company in Denmark, which actually owns the chargers, making it possible for us not to have a 74 million kroner investment, but to have a really, really flat investment with a zero interest, and just put it on the hourly price that we get from the operators to drive the buses. This is how we do it, and it works really well for us. Of course, it takes work, but it works.
Really interesting, Joachim, and we also will go a bit more into detail about that tomorrow, when we are going to discuss more about the ownership models and how to do tenders. And also, perhaps you can we can add some more information about that for the presentation we post on the web page afterwards for people interested in the model you have in you are choosing for that charging infrastructure in Denmark. Yeah, we had the question for we challenged the what is the three, if you're going to pick out 3 main barriers as you see as a PTA for the zero emission bus deployment. Then we have Andreas.
Thank you. Putting it short, it's cost, it's grid, and it's space. The cost is quite obvious. It's still more expensive to buy an electric bus, and it's still more expensive to buy the infrastructure. Grid, it's a challenge to have a sufficient grid capacity, both in the city center and at the end of the lines, which is more out in the lesser part of the grid. We have worked quite good with the local grid operator to fix these problems, but it's still challenging and might be quite costly, especially since if you have opportunity charging, you have peak load at the same time as you have peak load from all the other demands in the grid. Space, city center, tight space, it's hard to get room enough to place a pantograph if you have opportunity charging. If you go out in the residential areas, you have not in my backyard problem. People don't want this pantograph, even if it's designed as good as it can be. They don't want it. But all this is solvable with either time or money.
Yep.
But thank you.
Thank you, Andreas, for cost, grid, space. Also, at least that the grid and the space will we elaborate more for tomorrow on how to do the planning process good to ensure that we have also the needed in place. And from Sweden, what do you...
I'd like to answer the same question, slightly differently from an environmental point of view. Of course, if the electricity comes from fossil fuel generation, then it's no point. So in many countries, unless you have green electricity, it doesn't make much sense. Then, of course, then the battery production has to be sustainable as well. And thirdly, the driver's cost. So they are at par with normal combustion engine buses are also important.
Thank you. We also have one more. Who would? No? Okay. And my 2 cents on the 3 main barriers would be the cost, which we, because of battery supply around the world for going a lot into other things than buses, then we may have a high price for the next coming years, unfortunately. And so it will be a political prioritization each year for the budget. And then the space is especially important if you want to have charging in public space or on private ground also could be and a challenge here in Oslo. Regarding, I think if you have CO2 and then you also have local emissions, and I think the health benefit in the cities is needed by electrifying, by reducing your local emissions. So I think that does matter for the city centers where people need cleaner air. And we know that the whole energy system in Europe is not necessarily hydropower, but okay.
And in regards to that, Jon, there was a question here, which does any PTA has any requirements for noise? Is there some of the PTAs which has been present here that has any requirement in the tender now or plan to have it?
We know that Joachim has. Copenhagen has requirements on noise. They have used. Have you used it yet in public tenders? Yes. They have. Are there other PTAs who have put requirements on noise for the buses? And the next question to be answered would be, should biofuels be reserved for uses which cannot be electrified? Should we rather run electric if we can and use biodiesel, biogas on airplanes or other uses which are harder to electrify? Please feel free to come up to answer that question as well.
Not an answer on the biofuel, but on the noise question. Buskerud fylkeskommune, in their own strategy for Brakar, will require noise requirements in the tender in the future. Not for Hallingdal, but for Drammen or Hønefoss, of course.
Very cool, Terje. Andreas?
Well, I can reflect on biofuels for public transport or other use. As an economist, you could say that, well, the price will fix that. Those who want to pay the most for the biofuel will pay the most, and that will probably be the aviation industry. But I think as part of the public sector with a social responsibility, we should look into trying to use electricity or I think and reserve the biofuels for transport that we can't serve with electricity. So, but as an economist, let the price fix it.
Let the price fix it.
Okay.
Do you have another comment for that, Einar? Yes. Bring it on.
I just wanted to add, of course you're right that the price could fix it, but today, at least in Norway, the taxes for different sectors are different. So if you would like to use biofuels for aviation, that would have a lot higher cost compared to a normal fossil fuel. Exactly the same if you look at boats. So it's the cheapest way to use it today when we use it on road transport. So if you would like a market to fix it, you had to change the taxes.
We will bring that to the politicians for the debate tomorrow and see what they say. I think I have many good questions here, and we don't have time to take all of them. We will try to address the questions also afterwards to see what we can do to respond for all of the good questions. But now I think we need to take a break. We had a so. Should you say something?
So, a technical challenge for the audience. On Slido, you can like the questions. And if there's a question that has been asked, or you ask one yourself, and the audience really, and it hasn't been answered, please feel free to go in on the link here and like that question. It will then rise to the top. And we will prioritize it later today.
Thank you very much, Jon and Marius. So now we'll have a 25 minutes break. Please be back here at 3:30. We'll ring the bell, but please find your seats again in 25 minutes. Thank you very much.
Now I'm back again on the stage. Earlier today, I had a lot of things to say and a short of time, so I didn't have time to introduce myself. Many of you already knows me, must have seen my face or maybe read my articles. I have been running my magazine, Bussmagasinet, for 18 years now. I started already when I was 25. And after 5 years, I was elected to be a member of the International Bus and Coach of the Year jury. Today, there are 23 countries in Europe that are members of the jury. And for close to 4 years ago, I was elected as the president of the jury. So, and now, I would like to be the moderator of this, what you call it, panel, where we will hear more information from each manufacturer, supplier of buses. So first of all, I want to invite Marie Karlsson, Director of City Mobility Business Development at Volvo, on the stage.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for being invited to this event. Well, I'm responsible for city business development at Volvo Buses, and that is a part of a group. Normally, I don't show that we are a part of the group, because we are here to talk about buses. But it's very important to be in a bigger context when you go into these new technologies, e-mobility, connectivity, and autonomous. So we can share experience very fast and also share resources, because it's costly in some of these technologies. So we are quite spread, which also means that we need to have products fitting all these markets. As I mentioned, electromobility, connectivity, and autonomous. We are here to talk about e-mobility, but we believe they go hand in hand. Also because all countries can't, like Norway, go full electric, and there we need to also use some of the other technique to reduce the emission, but not going full electric. So that's why I talk about them all here. And how should we use the technique? It's nice technique, but how do we use it? And as you can see here, I have put some dots: uptime, passenger satisfaction, energy efficiency, driver performance, future technology, and sustainability. That is what our customer, the PTO, needs to do every day to be very good in these areas. And by future technology, we mean to go safe into a technology, to be able to go together in a safe way with calculated risks. And what do we do within this area? First, 12-meter electric autonomous bus was presented last year in Gothenburg. We are in 3 projects, 1 in Singapore and 2 in Sweden. And the reason why I'm talking about autonomous, it's not that you will see it on Oslo Street or Helsinki Street or Copenhagen Street, but you will soon see it in the depot, giving you efficiency in the depot and also reducing cost by less accident and increase safety. Then we have already commercialized what we call safety zone management. You put a geofence over a line where you decide what the speed should be. That will support you, of course, in safety, but also in energy usage. This is already for sale, and I know that Västtrafik is here today and can for sure talk about the benefit that they have seen with that. Then, what is also important? It is not just about battery now and here, and it is not just about distance, if we should talk sustainability. It is also about the second life of the battery. What happens then? Because we should also remember that many in environmental organizations say, okay, so what about battery? How good is that? So there we have a huge responsibility to explain the impact of that. In Gothenburg, we have a project together with the energy company in Gothenburg and also a householding association where we have taken old bus batteries that continue its life as solar energy storage. And you can find more information. I can talk about 1 hour about that, but very interesting. So it's about the whole system thinking here, not just about kilowatt hour. So we would like to support, and together with the customer and with the city become more and more the customer. So our vision is to enable zero emission, zero noise, and zero accidents. These goes hand in hand for a sustainable society. And with that, we see that you and I will live in a better place, driving quality of life, also responsibility use of societal funding. How do we use the money? We say it's expensive. Is it expensive? What is the cost for environmental? Maybe it's just the budget that we need to think about that process. This is our history of e-mobility, started in the 90s. In 2009, we launched our hybrids, and there we have a lot of hybrids going around the world, and we'll continue selling hybrids in countries where electric is not the case at the moment, due to hot climate, etc. We also introduced our electric hybrid bus, and in 2017, our electric bus. And here you see our product portfolio that support the global need. And the one who came to UITP in Stockholm in June, you saw our electric Arctic concept bus that has been running in Gothenburg, 2 of them, for a year, giving us a lot of good result and experience. And if you come to Busworld, you are more than welcome to our stand, and I will tell you about our new Arctic and some news about it. Charging, we are flexible in charging. We go in together with the customer and see and make an analysis of the traffic. Should it be fast charging, slow charging? Should it be on depot? Should it be on road? Everything comes together with also kilowatt hour and minutes of charging. So it's a system thinking we need. Business model, we can talk about that later. The last I would like to show you, I know it's finished, but this is something that we all need to think about going forward. We need to work more with standardization. This is very important if we should be successful together. We also need to have an interoperability, not that we create one island in one city and then lock other manufacturers into that. We need to think that otherwise we will not be successful. Cooperation, life cycle analysis, what is really the impact of the bus from the mine to the grave of the bus and of the battery, and grid power availability. Thank you very much and welcome to the stand in Busworld.
Thank you, Karlsson. I was in Gothenburg this winter and took a look at the second life of the battery, and I was impressed. Yes, next on stage I want to invite Mattias from the PR Director in Mobility, Solaris Bus and Coach.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. It's so great to see so many people in one place talking about not only vision but experience about e-mobility. So I'm representing Solaris Bus and Coach Company, which is today one of the leading European manufacturers of public transport vehicles. I'm saying public transport vehicles because we are producing not only buses but also trolley buses, which are also zero-emission vehicles. So far, we delivered them to 32 countries, over 18,000 units, and they operate in 700 cities. And recently, more and more out of them are electric. So nearly 700 buses has been already delivered and ordered to 17 countries, and they operate in 66 cities. And in total, we already cover 50 million kilometers electric driven. So our experience, I would say, is pretty wide, and we experience that also in our structure of production, because recently, last year actually, 36% of produced vehicles in our factory, and our annual production is almost 1.6 thousand vehicles, were alternative powered, which means electric or low-emission hybrid vehicles. And this is in line with the forecast, which was presented some time ago by UITP and the ZEUS project, that today we have a situation where still around half of the city bus fleet in European Union countries is based on the diesel combustion engine. But in 10 years from now, according to this forecast, will achieve the level in which diesel will be only less than 10%, 7.5%, and all majority will be replaced by other vehicles, mainly by electric buses. And this is not only the vision, this is not only the forecast, this is what's happening today. This is the number of registrations in EU countries, plus EFTA countries, which is Norway or Switzerland. So 2013, we have less than 100 vehicles ordered, electric vehicles. Today, we achieved the level where over 10% of the total European city bus market is ordering electric battery buses, and this is how it looks in market shares last year. But to achieve this level, we started not from the scratch. We started as in 2001, where we presented the very first electric vehicle. It was trolleybus. Today, Solaris is one of the is the leading manufacturer of trolleybuses, which are zero-emission vehicles and can be equipped with the batteries. And in the meantime, we developed new technologies regarding charging infrastructure, batteries. In the meantime, we were awarded the title Bus of the Year. And I'm saying that not because it was given to Solaris, but for the very first time was given to electric bus. Very first time in the history of this content, which I think is very significant for our times. Okay, but what do we offer as Solaris? On these 4 puzzles, you can see our, let's say, entire offer for electric vehicles. So we have 4 types of city buses, starting from minibus 8.9 LE, 12-meter bus, 80-meter articulated bus, and newest development, 24 B-articulated Solaris Urbino Electric, which we are going to present in 2 months from now in October at Busworld. We can offer 3 different types of batteries. We call them Solaris High Power, Solaris High Energy, Solaris High Energy Plus. I will not explain them in detail because I still have less than 3 minutes to the end of my presentation, but some operators prefer smaller batteries, which are more often charged. Some of them prefer larger batteries with a higher density of energy, which are charged once a day or once a night, actually, and they operate at least 200 kilometers. We can offer different kind of charging points, plug-in, pantograph, and please don't forget about the hydrogen, which is a great source of energy. So we can offer plug-in chargers, pantograph chargers, roof-mounted, top-down pantograph, 4-pole, 5-pole, anything what is required by the operators. Our buses are running what's very important, I think, to share with you from north of Europe to the south in the very different climate conditions, which is also very important regarding the lifetime of the battery and the managing electric bus fleets. Of course, our electric buses are also running in cities in Norway. And what is very important, I would like to underline that Solaris is not providing only vehicles and is not producing only vehicles, but we also are doing, and we did already, over 3,000 feasibility studies, what solution is the best for particular operator, for particular application. Because at Solaris, we believe that there is no one solution which fits all requirements, but every case is different. As we could also see today at the depot in the morning, we deliver vehicles, and we are able to deliver turnkey solutions, which means the building and construction entire infrastructure. And on the top of that, we are able to provide you with remote diagnosis systems. And thanks to that in electric buses, a lot of data is digitalized. We can collect it, we can analyze it, and today we can only not use it for day-to-day maintain of the buses or maintenance for the buses, but we can also start offering you predictive maintenance. So we can tell you what will happen with your electric bus, what will happen with your battery, not only today, but in few weeks or few thousand kilometers from now. And just very few news from the recent development. We already entered the phase of the large-scale contracts. So these are not anymore small pilot projects, 1 to 5 buses, but just recently we signed a contract for another 90 electric buses for City of Berlin, up to 250 buses in the frame contract for City of Milano, and we won contract for 130 articulated electric buses for Warsaw. And last but not least, I already mentioned that this Busworld exhibition, which will take place in October, we are going to present new generation of hydrogen bus and a new platform of B-articulated vehicles, which can be used as a trolley bus, electric bus, or hybrid bus. And the newest developments regarding batteries are going to be Solaris High Energy Plus batteries, which will allow us to achieve at least 200 kilometers in any climate conditions. And with these batteries, we can also start to think about offering not only city but intercity operations. Thank you very much. I'm almost in time.
Thank you, Fikashefti. I'm impressed. So much information in so short time. I have to say that I have been driving more or less all the models you have in your production line. And of course, I was also in the jury when we elected your bus as the bus of the year 2017. Yes. Now I want to invite Sami Ojamo, Business Development Manager Public Transport Nordic from VDL. Welcome on the stage.
Thank you, Tom. Nice to be in Oslo, one of the accelerator for e-mobility itself. Even being a third presenter, I feel it's all a bit repetitive because we all have the same story. But let's try to survive. Group, also important to show that. We're part of a VDL group. One of the most visible thing is our bus, but we do quite a lot of other stuff as well. We are already 104 companies in the group in 20 different countries, doing quite a lot of different stuff. Also baby Brahms, stadium seats, electric buses, all sorts of things. And one of the new things that we are doing is that we are doing now e-mobility platforms. In the past, we used to buy engines from DAF. Now we sell drivelines to DAF. So life is changing. And we're also looking at e-mobility concepts, all other applications than only a bus. So the whole e-mobility changes quite a lot on our perspective on the business itself. And therefore, buses are running quite a lot now, what is happening on heavy-duty vehicle business itself. Then, history, 2013 in UITP Geneva, the first electric bus was proposed. I also started in 2011, 2012 with the electric bus business, and then they said, there is an electric bus a few years ahead, in between is only darkness, good luck. And now we're here. The road took a while. 2013, the Zeus project started. First ones was rolled out in Europe, and real pilot projects started out in different cities. We had one as well ongoing. Then a bigger topic started then out of these pilot projects. We sold our first articulated vehicle buses in Köln, now in real operation, in real conditions, and also facing the real challenges within the e-mobility, and all sorts of other topics that you couldn't imagine when you are going for e-mobility, as we have been talking here as well. There are challenges related to e-mobility, such as noise of the chargers can be a topic in the residential area. Then going from small-scale units to high-scale units, 43 SLF articulated electric vehicles in Eindhoven, all in one shot. A fantastic kickoff to e-mobility from small-scale business to high-scale business, also completely different. You think that you have noticed everything in small businesses, but no, when you go big, it's completely different. And then the technology fails. Now, this is just an example of multiple sites at the same time also creates another thinking when you go live in different sites that it requires quite a lot of multitasking. The biggest was this concession in Schiphol area, 2 different lines, so to say, one within the Schiphol area and one going from Schiphol to Amsterdam city centrum, 13 megawatts, 100 buses, different charging sites for opportunity charging, quite complex as well. Project, also kind of building up the knowledge, key learnings, and finally got it running quite well. They are doing 30,000 kilometers per day. Also same topic as here, that the depots are really small, so you need to really consider how do you do the charging at the depot. And in that operation also everything is by the opportunity charge so with a Panto. 40 electric cities in here that you have seen. Then some other photos of the sites that we have had during this time. Quite a lot of mileage, 35 million kilometers, expanding all the time. I think it's closer to 40 million now. Then the products itself. We have a small bus, 10-meter bus, up to 18-meter bus, and in between 12-meter, 13-meter, low entry, low floor, and a boogie bus. Quite a lot of things that you can find from us. A few years ago, we have only half of these. Passenger area, one topic, energy consumption, clear information for the driver. Charging, basically, we cover everything from 30 kilowatt to 450 kilowatt, and from pantograph inverted, up and down, plug, whatever, name it. Let's figure out what's the best. Also, turnkey solution is one topic for us. It's a challenge for the operator. We will help. As we are engineers, we also love a lot of Excels. Here's a simulation for a line planning that we do together with the operator to find out what's the way to do it. And based on all the knowledge that we have, you analyze, you calculate, you implement, you test, and then you start rolling out. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I believe I'm the luckiest guy in the world because I can drive all these brands and long time before everyone else. So I have been driving the VDL from last winter here in Oslo before more or less someone else could. Now I will invite Edison Yun, regional manager for Nordic from BID Europe. Welcome on stage.
Really pleasure to be here. It's my first time to join the Zero events, and thanks for the invitations. It's exciting to see how the market grows so fast. As the brand of BYD, I need to do a short introduction of the companies. The group revenues of last year is over 16 billion euros, and worldwide we have over 220,000 employees. And actually, as a manufacturer and also engineering-focused companies, we have more than 20,000 engineers dedicated for the bus and the commercial vehicle groups. And the industrial parks is over 30 industrial parks worldwide. Some people say we are a Chinese brand, but in the other hand, we are actually a European brand because 2 of the factories actually is located in Europe. One is in France, and the other one is in Hungary. And we also have the partnerships with another one in UK for the local productions. So BYD is not only a bus manufacturer. So we have 4 core business. So one side is electronics, and the other part is automobile business. It's including both commercial vehicles and also passenger cars. We also have our new energy business, which is including the solar panels and energy storage systems. And in recent years, we also entered rail transit business. So as a BYD bus families, we actually covers almost the full range of the bus size. So from the medium size of 8.7 meters to the articulated ones. And this year, actually, we also launched the double articulated bus for the South American market, the BRT systems as well. If I need to describe BYD bus as 4 keywords: safe, reliable, intelligent, and ecosystem. What I didn't want to mention here is that BYD actually is starting with the battery manufacturer. So talking about electric bus and whether it makes so much difference as a diesel bus, I would say no. The only difference will be the drivetrain, the batteries, and also the control logic. So as a manufacturer of the batteries, we have over 20 years experience, and actually in this market, we are the only one who manufacture batteries by ourselves, also for our buses. And what we can claim for our batteries is actually cobalt-free. I have a lot of pictures to show that how safety is most important issues for BYD. For public transportations, it carries up to 100 persons, sometimes even more, in the same vehicles. So you need to make sure everything should be the topest level of the safeties. So from sales levels, we do all kinds of building of the test on our battery size, but that's not enough. It's also module size that we do all these kind of different situations, variations of the batteries. And at the end, we also put it at the pack, which we'll put in the buses as a whole system to test the safety. So you can also see the videos. Actually, the bus in China is in tough situations. The vehicles driving underwater is actually the battery is under the chassis. So on the chassis, so that means it's basically driving in the water, but we can still secure the performance of the bus. The BYD designs is actually from the theoretical, the computer analyze, also to the real vehicle crash test and also performance. So BYD have 3 labs, and one of them actually is a crash lab. It's shared between the commercial vehicle groups and also the passenger car groups. So basically, the chairman is building everything for real and to test the result. And the EMC side is also one key topic of the electric bus. We have our own EMC labs, and it's one of the largest EMC labs in the world. And we can guarantee the passengers inside the bus actually have less emissions than hair dryers and the microwave. We also have our own test ground is shared with our passenger car business. With all these road conditions, and also in China and worldwide, we have a variety of the different climates and different conditions, so we can all make sure that our performance is the best. This is our food maps that is not only in Europe, but worldwide is a trend of electrifications. We've been to every continental, every conditions. So that's the guarantee when you design a bus, that you have everything ready. So until this moment, we already delivered more than 50,000 units, and all of them are electric bus. BYD never produced anything out of the electric, and they have 0 safety incidents. Something about the intelligence about our systems. Now BYD is, thanks to the electric bus, all the information you can directly read from the systems. And we develop our own systems in China, and also these systems will be soon transferred to Europe. So you can read every parameters in the bus, and then do the analyze. And the other thing is that we also open this source to the local operators and PTAs. That means you don't need to purchase these systems from BYD. You can directly use external system to read these information as well. And last thing I want to emphasize most is the ecosystem in BYD. As I mentioned at the beginning, BYD is not only a bus manufacturer. We make supercars, sports cars launched this year, also passenger cars, pure electric versions. We also have our railway business. And then we also have the commercial vehicle groups. It's divided by the truck and bus sectors. And then we have energy storage systems. So for all the development from passenger car market, we can directly transfer to the bus sectors as well. Commercial vehicles, the truck sometimes have more advanced regulations than the buses. So for ABS systems and the other systems, you can directly bring it from the commercial truck groups to the bus sectors. And also, we are doing the projects now with our partners to do the energy storage upgrades. And also, after energy storage systems, the batteries can be disassembled. Some of them will be burned to generate new energies, and some of them can be recycled as the used materials. So that's a quite short presentation of BYD. And if you have any questions, you are more than welcome to visit us, the UITP shows in Brussels, and you will see the new type of the bus we will show to everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jen. I believe, and I have learned, that more or less all of you have BYD batteries in maybe your computer, your cell phone, whatever. Is it that is true? More or less? Yes, half of them. Okay, around half of them. Yes. Okay. Next one I want to invite on the stage is Tammo Voigt, Head of E-Mobility, Daimler Bus Germany. Welcome.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Warm welcome also from my side. Well, I want to show you our position and our approach to e-mobility based on an experience we have for more than 30 years in testing and experimenting on electric drivelines in any style. Public transport, of course, needs to be more attractive in the future as it is already today, but also must be an ongoing part in CO2 reductions and emission reductions at any time. And so we have a lot of influences, one side from local and political premises, on the other side of new mobility trends that needs action in the cities and from public transport. With this background, we have slimlined our production strategy a few years ago down to two pillars. One is that we still believe in combustion engine as a backbone of bus systems in the next years. And with a production worldwide, roughly 30,000 buses, it's worth to put engineer capacity into this. But on the other side, we are very well focused and high investing in electromobility and electric drivelines, especially on the city bus. We had, of course, a big book of requirements, what has to be fulfilled in our product. And we have chosen the Citaro as a well-proofed vehicle built over 50,000 units in the last more than 20 years. And so this is a sustainable base for this electric approach. We have started with delivery and production in early this year, and we will go on with electric articulated bus within next year. And then, this is very important for us, we'll come to this back later, the range extender. This means a version with H2. Beside many other topics, this was the energy efficiency on board of the vehicle, which was mainly in the focus, and of course, the modularity to meet all customers' requests in charging equipment, battery, types of battery, and still having in focus that you need a certain capacity for passengers, not to drive only batteries through the town, but also to transport your customers, means the passengers. Well, to have high efficiency with energy on board, we have developed a completely new heating and cooling system on a bus, which has mainly two parts. One is the driver section. So driver is working 7 to 8 or 9 hours per day. So he must have throughout the year very good conditions to work on his place. But for the passenger compartment, we have looked to the VDV 236, which gives a kind of comfort zone in the passenger area, which can be fulfilled. And so if we look to reduce the temperature in wintertime and to reduce the delta T in summertime to the outside temperature, we can save a lot of energy. Well, I think, and then we have heard in other presentations now, a one-to-one transition from combustion engine to e-mobility is not possible. We see it as a system, and we think everybody should have a kind of target picture and then a timeline how to approach to this target then in the future. One of the main challenges is, of course, that an electric bus carries a fraction of energy than a diesel bus, and this is the main impact when you look to operation and the adaptation in the operation you have to do. And we have heard already about there is a basic energy consumption to move the bus and for the auxiliaries, and the rest can be double and triple of energy, the energy needs in extreme situations, in low temperature or in high temperature situations. Next thing we have learned and we see where we have also to support our customers is the infrastructure which has to be involved, was also done in the presentations. And to have a feeling what it means to charge a bus only with a plug with 150 kilowatt hours means it's the same energy connection you need for roughly 75 households. So 100 vehicle fleets meets an area of roughly 20,000 people. So this must be a certain awareness what things have to be solved. Okay, the grid management, of course, is clear. And then is another impact in the operation is the charging time. You have to take into consideration that it's multiple time you need to recharge a bus. The next challenge is to change your depot education for the people and everything which is linked to this electromobility. We have heard a lot about range and the battery capacities, and this our answer after making researches for cities, for mega cities, and also for regional traffic, is that we will have an approach to extend the range with a range extender. This means we have a battery bus which is then combined with a fuel cell, and so we will have ranges in the 12-meter bus significantly over 300 kilometers, in the articulated bus of up to 300. This needs to new requirements to implement then also H2 infrastructure into your normal infrastructure you already have on your depot. So our approach is we see the e-bus as a complete system, not only the bus, but all the things around, and we offer support to our customers in all these cases. And before you take decisions, you have to go through these points to be at the end happy to start your operation. Gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Voigt. I mentioned that I'm driving more or less all the new buses on the market, but I was extra lucky because I could follow the production line of the new AC tower that are now running in Oslo. One to Nordisk, I was following all the way. That was really a really good experience. Now I want to invite Johannes, CEO at Elinta Motors, to the stage.
Hello, everyone. I'm really honored to be here between the Mercedes-Benz, VDL, Solaris, and all the famous other brands. And everyone is asking, who is Elinta Motors? Probably in here. Well, Elinta Motors, we are a group, Elinta Group in Lithuania, deriving from industry automation. We started out actually with all the automation process, robotization, and we provide solutions for quite a few famous automotive suppliers. And in 2011, we decided to join e-mobility and not only deliver the solution for production for automotive, but also design our own products. And this is what we have designed, and why I am presenting it here today is because we launched 10 of these plug-in hybrid buses, it's mini buses here in Oslo, as one of the part of our trail project. And it's again a bit different than from other brands which we talked before, because everyone starts at 8 meters bus. We do everything below, so mini bus, low floor mini bus. All right, let's focus that we don't do the bus itself. We work with multiple bus builders or other providers, and we supply the whole powertrain equipment. And in this case, you can see the assembly of the powertrain based on Iveco Daily. It's a plug-in hybrid. We also do pure electric, but as of today, especially for small operation, pure electric without government subsidies are too expensive. And we reach with the plug-in hybrid so far 60 to 75% of emission reduction. Actually, Oslo example, as we check the data online, is more or less 85%, and the rest is still HVO, biofuel. This is our products that we delivered. We do powertrains up to 200 kilowatts, 1,250 Newton meters. That's actually, if you put up one motor, it's also good enough for 8-meter bus, I guess. If you put two motors, it could drive a full 18-meter bus. We do our own battery systems, battery management system too, battery packs, motor, power electronics, everything that you need to put in the chassis that would be driven by electricity. Currently, we have 3 powertrains, 2 plug-in hybrid types, and 1 pure electric. Very short, you can look at the examples that we're using. In total, we have 50 vehicles that are running every day in service. Probably seen those ones in Oslo somewhere. Driven by Ruter, I think supplied by service supplied by Oslo Taxi Bus. Sintus in Netherlands, others mostly are city delivery operation. We work strongly with UPS. In Germany we have a big project. I can't talk much about it, but I guess in a few days you'll see something in the press. Now, how this system works, today we have 50 vehicles that drive every day, around 3,000 kilometers per day, and 1.5 million kilometers already covered. It's still small scale compared to, of course, big OEMs, but we are pretty small manufacturer. The vehicles are actually controlled by geofencing. So geofencing, you get in the green zone, and the car automatically switches to pure electric drive if needed. Also, all the parameters are tracked, all the vehicles are monitored online, and it can be provided for end user. Everyone is welcome to Bus World. We will actually be there with 2 bus suppliers, so one Forveda and one Altas. There will be presented buses that are using our technology. One will be plug-in hybrid at Forveda stand, and Altas, we plan this one with up to 450 kilometers range, so it's a pretty big battery pack, and that's in between the city operation. So that's it. Please, your questions are welcome after the Q&A. Yeah.
Thank you so much. And I was waiting for some information about a coach or minibus as a coach with the electric drivelines. So it's good that it will come now. Now I will invite Felix Kubart, Vice President for Alternative Drives, MAN Truck and Bus.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm honored to be here. Since I don't want to step into the 260 years of history of our company, I have a little bit of time, and I would like to ask you for a favor. Please take your mobile phone and without looking at it, just put it face down on your table. Whom of you is concerned that he cannot call somebody at 8 o'clock tonight? Nobody. And that is important, and that is our target. We are living in a time where change is faster than ever before, and it will never be slow as today again. It will become even faster. So it's important that with the shift of drivetrain technology that I'm responsible for, we are not making things more complicated, but that we are making it simpler for you. And that's what I would like to talk a little bit about. For us, it's important to enable zero-emission inner city mobility. We know that with doing that, we challenge our own business model, and we will challenge also your business model. But we also want to create new business opportunities for ourselves, and we are not a startup. We have experienced people. We have close, strong, long-lasting relationship with our customers, and our customers are our most important partners. So yes, we will deliver vehicles, but we'll offer also new businesses to you, systems and consulting. As we went last year to the IAA show, we were one of the few that actually could offer a complete portfolio of electrified solutions. And let me start up to your right side here on my top. You see our electric van, the so-called e-TGE. And yeah, according to official numbers, it has a range of 173 kilometers. Under regular conditions, all days, regular drivers, safely, it can do around 130 kilometers, but under all conditions. Yeah. And to the left, and I was asked this morning many times about what we do on the bus side, is with our new city bus generation that we introduce this year, we not only offer a diesel, a diesel hybrid, a CNG hybrid, but also, of course, an electric bus. And I didn't take an advertisement photo, but this one, to show you that in green, all batteries that we have installed are on the roof. And in a 12-meter bus, we have installed 480 kilowatt hours. So according to what a colleague said before, I'm pretty sure that we will survive the next 5 years. We utilize here not just a frame that we took over, but with having all batteries on the roof, we eliminated the engine tower and therewith have 4 additional seats. I must often ask about the weight of this bus. Yeah, isn't that so heavy if you have so much batteries installed? No, it isn't. With that, you can carry up to 90 passengers. In an 18-meter version, we have installed 620 kilowatt hours, and there you can transport up to 120 people. Now, this offers several advantages to have all batteries on the top. Don't need to mention safety. But a key thing for MAN is that we do not only buy components, but that we develop them ourselves. Yeah, we are not going to produce cells, but we're doing the packs ourselves. We develop them ourselves, and we also manufacture them ourselves. Same with the e-motors. We develop them ourselves and also manufacture them ourselves. And we think this is key for efficiency, for long-lasting reliability, and, of course, for ourselves to differentiate ourselves from our competitors. This bus, no matter if it's a 12 or an 18-meter bus, will be good for 200 kilometers of range under all conditions, meaning also in the winter. There's nothing fossil in this. The heating, the cooling, the battery heating, battery cooling, all that is completely electrified. With the truck that you see here to my left, we have taken a 26-ton delivery truck where we also put in batteries completely. Also here we have a range of 200 kilometers. Now coming back to my example from the beginning with the mobile phone on your table. We have never developed opportunity charging because we have asked our customers in entire Europe what they want, and they want to have independent driving, reliability, and they know that an investment in infrastructure in cities is not only difficult but also costly, and we know that with the battery developments that are coming up, there's no necessity for opportunity charging in the future. All vehicles that you see on here are equipped with sufficient energy so that you can run them the entire day. And when I say 200 kilometers for the bus under all conditions, on a day like this, it does 270. But in the winter, it does 200. And that's important to know. Now, I get a sign that I have to watch the time, but I would like to show you on the truck side what we do and come to one more point. Why do I show you trucks? Because in the cities it's not only about buses, that's important, and that's the topic of today. But here in Norway, more than in any other country in the world, you have already a high share of passenger cars. You are now talking about city buses. Now imagine everything goes electric. If we would do that in Germany, it would mean that we would need 21% more electricity. We will find a way how to handle that because we have an overcapacity of 23% at the moment. We all know that this energy needs to be clean. But as we talked about charging and so on, it's important that the energy management of a city can handle all these electric vehicles. Yeah? And that the lights at home don't turn off when vehicles are getting charged. I will end here. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. I didn't want to stop you because I know you have so much good information to give. And one thing I really like is that the bus you showed is constructed from the ground as an electric bus. So you can use the design and have more bigger capacity of passenger. Really good. Okay, next on the stage is Max Nansen, K Account Manager from Scania. Welcome.
Thank you. I won't do a company presentation. You can find it online. At Scania, we think that one single type of technology or alternative fuel is not the key to sustainability. Instead, we have identified 3 focus areas on which we look to gain sustainability. Those are energy efficiency, alternative fuel and electrifications, smart and safe transport. We know that energy efficiency is really important to our customers, and electrification is a big step towards sustainability. But it's only combined with the smart and safe transport planning that we can really achieve it. We have looked at some charging opportunities during years of development and testing, and find out that with new battery technologies, the frequent opportunity charging is no longer relevant. Instead, we look at opportunity charging and overnight charging. The Scania modular system is key to our success. It's a business model and a toolbox developed over decades. Pretty much, we can achieve really great flexibility and perform a lot of transport needs fulfillments with limited parts and components in our stock. And our goal is to fully implement our electric motors or our e-mobility in this toolbox to help our customers to really achieve flexibility and help them fulfill their transport needs. At Scania, we discuss about 3 different battery buses types. It's the Type A, overnight charging with a longer range. Type B, a middle range bus with overnight charging and a couple of times a day. And then we also have the opportunity charging where we charge it overnight and then 5 to 15 times a day depending on the transport mission. A roadmap for the future. The gray areas are the ones we have in traffic as of now. And for the battery buses, we have the test fleet in Östersund, the C type of bus with opportunity charging. We will soon start to offer the low floor version of the bus in tenders and similar. And as the battery generation moves forward and the technology develops, we can achieve longer range. And we're going to start sell them opportunity charging buses. And when we have reached generation 3 with the long range, then we will also implement the electric driveline in all our product range. And the design of the bus is that you can't really see the difference between an electrical bus or a diesel bus. So we don't need to have special buses for the electricity driveline, which help us gain knowledge and competence out in the markets, at our workshops, because the chassis components for a truck and for a bus is pretty much similar, so the mechanics know their way around. Some facts and figures of the test fleet in Östersund. It's a citywide chassis with 8 lithium-ion battery packs. They deliver a peak force of 295 kilowatts and 2100 Newton meters. They have it has a range of 40 to 75 kilometers with an energy consumption between 0.8 to 1.6 kilowatt per kilometers, depending on the climate and the route, of course. And at Scania, we have gained the knowledge that we need to get our hands on sustainable produced batteries. Therefore, we have invested heavily in Northvolt and entered into a partnership with them to together develop both batteries and buses to reach a sustainable future together with our customers. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I was in Östersund when they opened the test drive, and I was freezing. It was really cold, but it runs very well, and warm inside. That's very important. Now I want to invite Benedikt Gudmundsson from Yutong Eurobus Scandinavian, CEO GT Group. Welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to be here on behalf of Yutong and Yutong Eurobus Scandinavia. Yutong is the largest bus manufacturer in the world today, with capacity for electricity buses over 25,000 units. Last year, Yutong built 25,079 electricity buses. Totally, Yutong have built over 100,000 units of pure electricity buses. We are focusing on Scandinavia, and then we focus on the deliveries as we had in Iceland, 15 units running there, Denmark, Roskilde, 20 units, and we also recently delivered to Finland 33 units of electricity buses. But you can see that they have been already spreading around the world to different countries. Of course, the biggest capacity is in China, because China is in front. Yutong started to build electricity buses in the year 1999. So the solution we are offering now for Class 1, 12-meter version with 422 kilowatts batteries. You heard from Mr. Ingvar from Straeto when he was talking about the reality, how many kilowatts per kilometer, so it's easy to do some calculation. For the 15-meter version, we offer 563 kilowatts batteries, and the 18 meters with batteries up to 563 kilowatts hours, both overnight charging or version as a pantograph. So for Class 2 version, then we have the 12-meter version with 374 and 422 kilowatts batteries, 15 meters low entry, 563 kilowatts batteries. Our future project we are working on now is 13-meter coach, Class 3, luxury coach, toilet, everything, 563 kilowatts batteries. But as for the charging station, then we offer all solutions. Of course, we offer the CC2 single charging solution. We offer the pantograph for the 18-meter version, and then we offer the GPT charging station, 750 to 1080 kilowatts. We are working here in Norway with NET for different solutions, but our clients, until now, they have all chosen this container-based solution. And we believe it's a good choice because it fits quite well for the Scandinavian climates. All the sensitive parts are inside, more easy also for after-sales service, and this is as they have been doing in China for over the last 10 years. So then we come to the warranty of the batteries. We offer 8 years warranty, and that means that after 8 years, the capacity of battery will not go lower than 20%. So 8 to 10 years batteries, and then the power banks to make some, we can say, adjustment for the grid, and for sure, the second life of the batteries. When we replace them after 12, 15 years, then the second life can be in power banks before they will be recycled, for sure. And the raw material in this battery is a big value that can then be exported again to the battery manufacturer and reused there. So just finally, I like to say I'm very thankful for Zero for this conference. Very big pleasure to be here. And I think the best way to describe this electricity revolution will be the sound of the silence. And I know the time is also limited, but I also suggest that we honor the memory of the diesel bus with 10-second sound, 10-second silence, sorry. And I'd like to thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We are running out of time. So I would like to invite Mattias, Felix, and Edison up on stage. I have some questions to you. I also have to mention there is one slide that I want to have up. Yes. Chariot Motors is here today. Can the guy from that company raise up? Stand up. There you have it. Yes. If you have any questions about this, you can ask him in the break. I have just been in Aalborg and look at the system. So I will have an article in short time. Okay, Mattias. And Edison and Felix. Yes, okay. I will start with Edison. BID, as the dedicated electric bus manufacturer and new player in the bus industry, how do you provide your service to the local PTO?
Actually, that's during the BYD being in Europe for over 20 years already. And starting with the bus industries that during the first UITP shows, Copenhagen shows, actually we are the only one. And after that, after all this development, so for the Nordic development and also the market development, we know that deliver bus is not only the top priority, but also maintain the service. So some news to announce. BYD just signed a warehouse, so for the whole Nordic countries in Sweden, Jönköping, and they start the operation in the summer already. And also we signed the local partnerships with different workshops to support the operators in different regions, because that we know that the on-time deliver of the promised service is very important for our customers. So everything is ongoing, and we're going to have more and more announcement regarding the service side, and in the future also the more intelligent service like the online diagnosis.
Thank you. Felix. Yes. How can the bus industry secure that it will get enough batteries in the future?
Well, I explained how we develop and manufacture it ourselves. You know that we are part, together with Scania, of the Traton and Volkswagen Group. And already some years ago, we have talked to cell manufacturers and secured us these resources. I'm not concerned about not getting sufficient cells. For us, it's also important that this is all manufactured in a sustainable way. And that's why we have signed agreements with the suppliers that this is taken care of, and as we now assign suppliers for other parts, we even go a step further, and we evaluate not only price, quality, and the offerings, but also the, let me say, the green balance of logistics and so on. So that is taken into account. So we are, I explained that we go pure battery electric, that we go pure overnight charging. We believe that total cost of ownership is key for all of you. And the buses that we will provide starting next year will achieve TCO parity with diesel buses from the beginning, if you look at a time frame of 12 years.
Okay, thank you. Mattias, what can you tell us about in-motion charge system?
So I have signalized my presentation. Solaris is producing also trolley buses, which are zero-emission vehicles known since over 100 years now. And in Europe at the moment you have over 200 trolleybus systems, which due to many reasons. This is a long story. We're on the decline line, but since few decades they are on renaissance phase, I would say, especially thanks to the new possibilities which gives battery, which we can assemble in this bus and these trolley buses. So they combine in a great way advantages of electric bus or battery bus and trolley bus, and they can operate without a catenary. And to charge in the very first way these batteries, they use in-motion charging, so IMC charging. So this is a two-pole pantograph, which we can use on the certain part of the distance of the line where the trolley bus is operating, and very fast we can charge the batteries. So it means, for example, that in some cities we develop only partially the overhead wires. They charge the trolley bus, and the rest of the line is operated as a trolley bus, which is partially battery bus. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I have one question to each of you, and I hope you can give us some surprise. When will zero-emission regional buses Class 2 and coach be available models as the city buses are today?
I think at this moment we cannot announce everything, but for sure next year we will see something running on the road.
Thank you.
As I already said, these vehicles need to pay off. So technically we can do a lot. The question is, does it make sense? If you have a coach today with 50 people sitting in there, the CO2 emissions per kilometer per person is way lower than you would expect. That's one thing, and on the other hand, you have to take care of the luggage compartment and everything. So it's not enough if it runs electric. It needs also to be functional. Yeah, and that's why I think the TCO parity point and the attractiveness of coaches will be achieved not before the second half of the 20s.
Well, I would not agree with everything what you said regarding the coaches or electric coaches. I think that we are very close to this stage of development of batteries, at the stage in which will allow us to start implementing battery buses in the intercity operations. Of course, there are a lot of barriers still and challenges like the range of the vehicles. I would say the opposite, that the reason why we are talking about zero-emission buses in the city operations, this is the biggest advantage of this environment, because we can predict the length of the line, how frequent the bus is operating, how many passengers. So this is a great environment where we can already today implement zero-emission vehicles, opposite to passenger cars, where we never know in the morning whether we go only from home to work and back, or we want to travel outside the city. We always want to be sure that we can recharge in the first and convenient way the batteries. Yeah. So, but as I presented already, we already developed the type of batteries which will allow us to start thinking about the intercity operations for electric buses.
Okay. Thank you all for coming here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So now you might be a bit tired, and we have some presentations left before the break. So please, can I invite you to just stand up and shake loose a little bit? Little dance. Little dance for the zero-emission buses. That's great. Good. Oh, big stretch. So I'm sure that we have enough energy to do this zero-emission race, and the last part of the conference we will be able to do that too. So thank you. Please sit down again. So now we're going to talk about the charging infrastructure and the batteries and the hydrogen fuel cells systems. The first speaker in this session is Arne Sigbjørnsen. He's a manager for EV charging and infrastructure in ABB. He's going to talk about how ABB looks at the charging opportunities.
Thank you, Zero and Marius, for inviting me. I think we talked a lot about this during today, but I tried to kind of put it in a structured way. What do you need of charging infrastructure to build your project, to build tenders and so on. But first, a slide on ABB. ABB is a global company, and we are present in more than 100 countries, and we do a lot to electrify the world, like ferries. We connect our oil platforms, and we do e-mobility. And we've been in e-mobility since the standard structured way of charging started back in 2010. So since then, we have delivered more than 11,000 DC fast chargers, mainly for cars, but now more and more into buses, trucks, and other kind of segments. Of those, we have 1,800 fast high power, like 150 and above. And they are all based on, as I said, on standards. We only do standards, so we can connect our chargers to whatever OEMs we have, which also have a standard. So this is basically what you need in a project. Of course, you need a grid, connection to the grid. You need a substation. And you've seen today, they can be huge, from less than 1 megawatt up to 10 and even more. This is basic. Of course, you can add on battery backup, solar system to reduce the peaks and so on. But this is the basics. Then you need a charging station, and they range from a depot, like a low, slow AC charger, up to really high power. Limit today is 450, but technology is prepared for even further. So we have 600 now, and they are modular. So you can plan a project with the kind of a lower consumption, lower power, like 150, and you can add on components like power cabinets. So you can expand when more buses are into the lines and so on. Important is connectivity. You really need all these chargers to be connected. So you can do diagnostics, service, like you call your IT department, they can check your PC, we can connect our chargers and look what's really going on. We can take statistics per bus, how much power they use, per day, per week, per month, all kinds of things you can do. So connectivity, very important. Then you need service and maintenance. So this is what we need connectivity for, because mostly you can do it offline. You don't need to go on site. You can diagnostic, you can repair, do something. Only when there's a failure, mechanical failure, electrical failure, then you need to go on site. So these are the components you really need in a project. If you look at the landscape, we already talked about this, and we've seen it this morning. You basically have depot charging or opportunity charging, or a combination. Some have both. You charge at night or you charge on the line. And normally you charge then on the end stops, while passengers go off and on, like 3 or 6 minutes. The technology we are using is pantograph and connectors. And in the past, there was a limitation of 150 kilowatt for a connector. Of course, you could go above, then you need a bodybuilder to bring the cable. But now there is technology available, so you can do liquid cooling up to 350, even with the cable. An example from Drammen, where we do 150 kilowatt night charging. Opportunity charging, also 2 technologies, pantograph up, pantograph down. The power the cabinets and everything is the same. It's DC power supply, but it's depending on the bus OEM, what kind of technology. This is typically, as I said, on the end stops, and you charge 3 to 6 minutes. The buses go like 15, 20 kilometers, or even more, depending on the battery size. And sometimes they go back and forth on one charge. So one slide with the summary, 5 seconds left. Cable charging, connector, limit 150, can be more now, or pantograph up or down. Today, 450, tomorrow, 600, when the buses are ready. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Arne. So now for the next speaker, that's Joe Smith, Business Development Manager at Heliox. The floor is yours. Oh, sorry.
So, thank you very much. Nice to be here. I'm going to talk a little bit about Heliox. So, first, a little bit about the company. We are producing charging systems up to 600 kilowatt. Our charging systems, they have the highest efficiency in the market until now. We have experience with large fleets already, all around Europe, but also outside Europe. Our charging systems are smart grid ready. That means they are bidirectional, so they can give power also back to the grid. And we support all interfaces. That means all types of pantographs and also CCS. Heliox has been responsible for the different sites in Oslo. That means we have built one site in Alnabru for Unibus and 2 different sites in for Nobina, for Jernkroken and Lillestrøm, and the site in Alnabru that you have seen today. What I want to talk about today is that we see a large scale-up that's mentioned multiple times today. And important is that we have delivered one charger, for example, in a project in 2015, and projects in 2018, but also 2019, they go up to 100 charging systems or more. So that means that we need to have a different strategy. Rapid upscaling means next steps. So we need to upscale production. We need to do innovation with smart charging, fleet management system integration, and energy management. And energy management is something I want to have a deeper dive into. Grid stability is an important factor in that. That means that if you use more renewable energy, as we want to do today, you have different peaks in your grid that you need to stabilize. Now we do that with fossil fuel energy, but that can be done differently. For example, charging infrastructure, but also buses, today is seen from a cost perspective. So that means an investment. If we look further into that, we could see that it could also be as a cost earning, so an investment to earn money or to help the grid and to help the city eventually. That can be done, for example, because we have a big depots with multiple buses connected. For example, 100 buses in a big depot. If we have different peaks or low peaks in the grid, we can stabilize the grid with that amount of energy. That is not done today, but it's certainly something to think of the future. We have taken the first step into that with our new recent development that's called the Sprint Charge. The Sprint Charge is a battery-boosted charging system that can output up to 450 kilowatt, but you only need a grid connection of 150 kilowatt. Why is that? It's a 150 kilowatt charging system with an integrated battery. That battery can output up to 300 kilowatt, which means together with the charging system, it can output 450 kilowatt. This can be used in various situations. For example, on the end of the route, where there's no capacity available in the grid. The battery can also be used for energy trading on a depot, where there's, for example, the energy of your own solar systems, or there's energy, too less energy on the grid itself, so that the energy in the battery can be used for trading. Some advantages in the investment for this charging system is that you have lower installation costs, lower grid energy costs, and that you can have lower peak power, so you can charge with high power, 450 kilowatts, with a low peak power of only 150 kilowatt that is drawn from the grid into the system. This is still in a conceptual phase, but we are working on it, and its expected release is by the end of next year. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Job. So today in this room, we have even more infrastructure charging suppliers, but we have decided to collect information from them in a slide that I'm going to just show you. This is the first, and we have a representative from Siemens in the room. Can the one please stand up? So please talk to them during the break if you have any questions. And then from ChemPower, who is representing them today? This gentleman here. Everybody saw him? Great. And Fur and Frey. Are you here? That's the one. Nice to see you. And Allego. Here, in front. And then Garo. Ah, he's also here. Perfect. Thank you very much. So now we're going to have a presentation from, sorry, I can stand here, from Egil Mollestad. He's the CTO at SEM. We will get now a battery overview, technology, market, and emissions. The floor is yours, Egil.
So thank you very much. It's nice to be here to see all of you interested in electric drives, electric buses. Some of us have been working on this for quite a while. If I can have the slides, please. Actually, we have sort of a 25 years anniversary this year. I don't know if some of you remember that at the Winter Olympics in Lillehammer in 1994, there was a small Norwegian company called Pivco that has some 10, 12 electric vehicles driving around in the city of Lillehammer. Well, and that company, it was basically us. We are the guys that actually started Think and, well, Pivco and Think, and we are now having this small company called SEM working on battery systems and electric drives, mainly for the marine sector. I guess the reason for me being here today, talking to you bus guys, is that buses also need batteries, the same as EVs and ships, and it's basically very similar batteries. And so, to start out a little about our company, we are located just outside Oslo at the DNV GL campus at Høvik. As I said, we made 3,500 Think vehicles, different battery technologies. The first one with the cadmium batteries, then we were into these high-temperature nickel chloride batteries. And since 2006, we have been working with lithium-ion systems, produced more than 1,500 cars with lithium ions, and I still drive my Think every day, so it's now 10 years old and it works well. The last years we have been working on battery system for ships. We have supply ships, started out with that. Typical system was 650 kilowatt hour, 1.6 megawatt of power. Continued with ferries and tourist boats. Some of you might know this boat that was awarded the Ship of the Year twice. The last one has a 2 megawatt hour battery, can be charged with 2.4 megawatts, so these are really big systems. We also work with smaller systems, like the red one in the middle there is a small ferry that is just about to be put in operation crossing the river of Glomma in Fredrikstad. It has an inductive charging system. It's actually a modified bus system made by a German company, IPT, where we charge 100 kilowatt for a minute or 2 minutes every time it comes to one of the docks. And we do work both for the fish farming industry. There was a big conference and exhibition in Trondheim last week where we presented one of these with an electric drive system. And we also, this week, actually commissioning 3 free-fall lifeboats for Equinor for the Njord field with all electric drives. So we do quite a lot of work on electric drives. Okay, that was the introduction. All these cars, buses, boats, whatever, need batteries. And the battery is basically built on this principle. You have cathodes and anodes, and you have the electrolyte, and there are ions moving between the anode and the cathode, dependent on if you charge or discharge. And you have an external circuit where you have a flow of electrons, and that's your current. That's what power your vehicle or your bus or whatever you have. So this is the principle of a battery. It's a small cell, small unit, has a voltage of between 3.6 and 4.2 basically for these lithium-ion based systems. and you had to put a lot of these together to make a battery system. This is a bus pack. It's actually made by a German company called Akasol. Up there you see a cell, a prismatic cell. It's made by Samsung in Korea. 12 of these are put together in what we call a submodule. 15 of these goes together into a battery pack. In one of the corner you have the electronics controlling the pack. And then you put a number of these in a bus. We heard from Volvo they have about 200 kilowatt hour in their electric buses. It's 8 of these packs. This is actually delivered to Volvo. We know this pack very well because we used the same pack for our smaller systems. Typical voltage for a bus pack, 600 to 800 volts, so it's high voltage systems. This one has 25 kilowatt hour. You can add as many of these in parallel you want to have 150, 200, or 400 kilowatt hour. Of course, you increase weight and cost, but you have to look at your load profile and see what is the best amount of energy for you. Why do we now see this revolution into electric cars and buses? There has been electric cars around for more than 100 years. Actually, the first cars that was made was electric back in the 1870s, 80s, 90s with lead-acid batteries. And if you look at this scheme, you see the specific energy. How much energy can you store per kilo of batteries? And lead-acid, which you all know from the starter batteries, has about 30, 35 watt-hour per kilo. But if you look over here, we see the lithium-ion batteries, which are now, here it's listed at 180, but you even go up to 250 now and maybe even higher. So you are close to 8 to 10 times as much energy in your battery system per kilo as you had before this revolution started. And in between there has been some other chemistries. We had the nickel-cadmium, had about 60 watt-hour per kilo. That was the one we used for our first generation think vehicles. You had the nickel-metal hydride battery, which was the battery that was in the Toyota Prius cars that came quite some years ago. And now I think more or less everyone is using the lithium batteries. Okay, so I'll go a little more into the main chemistries for the electric and the hybrid buses. The main chemistry, at least used for the European bus suppliers and also the European EV makers, are this what we call the NMC battery. It's a lithium-based nickel manganese cobalt oxide, and it can be developed into what we call an energy cell, where you focus to have as much energy as possible, or you could formulate it to what we call a power cell, where you are more focused to deliver a lot of power. And for hybrid buses, you would need power, maybe more than energy, because on a hybrid bus you still have the diesel engine that can give you the range. But on a purely electric buses, you need energy, so then it's the energy cell. The main advantages for this is that you have a good energy density, you have also a good power density, and you can have a good combination of energy and power. It has a very good cycle life. We talk about 3 to maybe 5,000 full cycles. If you run 1 cycle per day, 360 cycles per year, 3,600 cycles for 10 years. So these systems are set up to last for 10 years. And it has a reasonable cost, which means that it is not cheap, but it's not extremely expensive either. There are some main suppliers. It's LG Chem in Korea, it's Samsung in Korea, and there are a number of other smaller ones. And I had a picture of this Volvo electric bus which used this NMC technology. And this is the most common now for EVs and as said, buses in Europe. Because more or less all buses in China use the LFP, or what we call the lithium iron phosphate. The main benefits is, as we heard from some of the other speakers, it has very good safety. It has a more stable chemistry than the NMC. That means that what we call this thermal runaway, if you have an internal short in the cell, it can go into what we call a very strong exothermic reaction, which means that the cell temperature goes from 150, 60, 70 degrees up to 700 to 1,000 in less than a second. That's what we call a thermal runaway, and that's what all battery people are very afraid of and have to avoid, because if that happens, you have a fire, and we don't want any fires. And this iron phosphate, it's more stable, has a higher temperature before it goes into thermal runaway, which is very good. It has a good power density, however, and also a good cycle life. However, and it's relatively cheap, partly because it's produced in China compared to some of these others produced in other countries. And quite important now, it does not contain any cobalt, because cobalt, as I will show on one of the other slides, is an issue today. And as we have seen, there are from some of the Chinese bus producers here, they have 50, 100,000 buses, and I think I just looked up at the internet, there are about close to 400,000 electric buses produced today, and most of them are made in China and also run in China. Then there is a little more special chemistry. I brought that in because it can be quite a good system for hybrid buses. It's called lithium titanate. That's where you replace the anode, which is normally graphite, with a titanite oxide. And then we have achieved some very good benefits, which is extremely good power density. That means that you can run a lot of power into a small battery system, which means it's good for hybrid. When you need a lot of power for acceleration or regenerate braking energy, you can have a small system and have quite a big benefit of that. It has extremely good cycle life, and it's very safe. However, it has low energy density, so it's not a good system for pure EVs, and it's very expensive. 2 to 3 times the sell price of an NMC, so it's for more special applications. I took a picture of a Van Hoel bus, and there was, at least some years ago, there was a couple of buses here in Norway with the LTO batteries in such a hybrid setup. Okay, so what can we expect of battery development for the future? How will they increase their energy density? And energy density is one of the parameters we are most interested in, because that is actually telling how long can the car or the bus run for a certain amount of batteries. This is a graph I've found from CATL, which is one of the biggest producers in the world, a Chinese producer, saying that in 2017 they were at about 230 to 250 watt-hour per kilo. It's increasing now. We are in 2019, so we are up to maybe 280 watt-hours per kilo. And if you look at the curve here, 2020, up to 300, 350, up to 500, and maybe in 2030 we are up to 500 to 700. So that means that in 10 years from now, 11, 12 years from now, maybe we can double the energy density, which means that we can double the range of the bus for the same amount of battery, same kilos of battery. So we are still quite low on the development curve. There's quite a lot still to gain. Okay, then a lot of you have heard about solid-state batteries. What about them? Will they solve the future? And this is one of the quite promising alternatives for the future. A conventional battery has the anode, the cathode, and it has a liquid electrolyte. The main difference, and that's also why it's got its name, is that the liquid electrolyte, which is highly flammable, and that is what really creates the danger of these batteries, that if they heat up, the electrolyte goes into gases. This gas is explosive and flammable. You replace the electrolyte with a solid electrolyte, and then it's not flammable anymore. So that's good. There is a potential for increased energy density. So we have seen from some of the battery producers, maybe up to 400 or 500 watt-hour per kilo within some 5-6 years. So it looks quite good. Okay, question now, is raw materials and supply of batteries an issue? Cobalt, we know, is expensive and it's limited, so if this really takes off, of the materials that goes into the normal batteries today, cobalt will be the first that we will run out of. Most of it comes from mines in Congo, and we all know that some of these mines have very questionable ethical standards. There are cobalt other places too, but it's more expensive. In the long run, lithium could be an issue, but it could be replaced by other materials. But there are good alternatives without cobalt, like the iron phosphate, so it's not, we are not locked there. However, efficient recycling will be very, very important when so much material, so much minerals are going into all these batteries. And the demand is growing faster than the supply. Northvolt has been mentioned. This is the planned gigafactory up in northern Sweden. It's under construction. There is even an initiative in Norway called Frøy. They have an ambition to build a similar gigafactory in Mo i Rana. Very exciting. I hope they will succeed. And then I finally will finish off with a question. How good are these electrical buses for the environment? We all have heard that there is a lot of questioning about batteries. How much CO2 do you emit by producing batteries? And I just made a small calculation. This is pretty rough, but it gives an indication of what we look for. If you say that the bus uses 3 liters per 10 kilometers, 360 kilometers per day, it uses about 180 liters per day. If you produce batteries in Korea, which we do most of these, it's about 130 kilo of CO2 per kilowatt hour. So you can just multiply that with the amount of batteries. If you burn diesel in a combustion engine, you get 3.1 kilo of CO2 per liter. And if you do this calculation for this system, and you will see that you have climate positive after 79 days. So this is really good. It's 2.5 months, and then you have basically earned in what it costs the production of the batteries. If you do the same assumption for an EV, 60 kilowatt hour battery, 15,000 kilometer driving range, it takes you 2.1 year, 2.8 year to achieve zero, be positive on the CO2. But again, you see it's very dependent on the driving range. If you do 30,000 kilometers, it's 1.4 year. If you can produce these batteries in Sweden with zero emission, it's half that, because half of the energy goes to produce the battery, the other half to make the raw materials. So that finished my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Egil. So now for the last presentation before the short Q&A sessions and then the break, I will introduce Lars Jacobsen, Project Manager at H2 Bus Europe in Nel. He's going to talk about hydrogen, the status for H2 Bus Europe, the program for large-scale H2 bus deployment. The floor is yours, Lars.
Thank you. I think I'll take some water. I have the fantastic task as the last presentation before the break. I know you will all rather have some coffee than listen to me, but I'll give it a shot anyway. 15 minutes of your time. Okay, let's go. I'm now telling a little bit about the H2 Bus Europe, because there's actually also another electric bus. It's not just battery electric, there's also hydrogen. And it has a lot of quality and very nice features, so I will try and tell a little bit about that. And there's one thing, like you just mentioned, it's actually zero emission. I'll just leave that for a moment. That's me. You can contact me, all the questions you may have. It comes again at the end, so if you don't make it now, it's coming back. I work at Nel, and Nel is a hardware provider. We produce refueling stations and electrolyzers. That's one part of the puzzle in order to make hydrogen sustainable and a good business. But in order to also bring down the price, we needed to bring up the volume. We've heard about what was it, BYD or Uton producing 25,000 buses a year. I think currently in Europe there are 156 fuel cell buses on the road, something like that. So we have a long way to go, but we saw that as one of the challenges. Then it's green hydrogen. That's really important. It has to be affordable, because we've seen the test trials here, for instance, in Ruter. It's not affordable. The service is really, really high. The bus price is really, really high. And the infrastructure has not been too great. So now I've said it, so you can ask me all you want here. I'm really honest. But we've come a long way since then, and that's really important. So we set about trying to solve these tasks, and together with my colleagues, I traveled around Europe visiting suppliers of tank systems, suppliers of buses, bus manufacturers, distribution tank providers, all sorts of different things. But what we realized was that some was doing some, we were doing some, but it wasn't coordinated. So we set a task to actually do things at the same time, and that resulted in setting up a consortium, which is called H2Bus. There's a laser. It consists of Nel, the company I represent. We produce the hardware, which actually produces the hydrogen, and then refuels it at the depot. Then there's Hexagon. Maybe you know that as well. It's a Norwegian company. They produce the tank systems on the bus. The hydrogen is stored as a gas on the bus in a tank, either 4 tanks or 6 tanks. Then there's Ballard. They produce the fuel cells. It's really important. That's more or less the engine. Then there are the actual hydrogen providers. That's a UK-based company because it's a project that goes on in UK as well. And then there's Everfuel. And then there's Wrightbus, who ended up being the bus supplier. They could see the potential, so they were bold enough to actually bring down the price. And our first initial phase is the H2Bus Europe, where we applied for some European funding under CEF, which is a Connecting Europe facility. The funding is actually not used a lot for bringing down the bus price. It's more set aside if things don't happen. We have priced this in as producing 600 up to 1,000 buses, but presenting it at the price of bus number 600 at day 1. So it's cheap from day 1. You don't take the first mover disadvantage. We're taking care of that. So is the hydrogen and the infrastructure as well. So we are deploying 600 buses, for instance, in Movia country. That's why it's really nice that Joachim is here today. And in UK, where they're only going zero emission, and then in Riga as well. And why are we doing this? We've seen these supported. I think it was chic that the Ruter was in. The bus cost more than 1 million euros for a fuel cell bus. Then it's Free Motion, 850. Then the Jive projects, which you are now currently in, 650, up to 625, I believe it is. But we had a target to be below 400,000, and that's the result that we have. But besides just bringing down the price, we also wanted to do a really nice bus, which has some of the features that you see as some of the challenges today. It's the range, and some have asked, how about the heating? What's that? Is it clean, or is it just additional polluting with no certification at all and just blowing into people's heads? So we wanted to have long range. It should be a one-to-one replacement with diesel. We're talking about urban buses. This is actually a consumption which brings up the range. Currently, I think the numbers in the projects right now is 9. And refueling. You shouldn't change your habits. The operation at a depot, that's okay, I get the bus home, then the maintenance crew takes it, he fills it, he cleans it, he washes it, he parks it, ready for next day's service. That's what we intended to do. And then, of course, using the heat, because a fuel cell is not 100% efficient. It's like 65% efficient, but the rest is actually heat. So we can really use that, especially in environments like we have here. So this is what we ended up having. We focused on 3 models, a 12-meter, which is this one, with a price below 375,000, a range that is more than 450,000, and it can also be expanded. Some of you are talking about intercity traffic as well. You would need more range. This bus is not suited for intercity traffic. It is an urban bus, but it could be. And then the story behind the numbers, because I will always get asked about this. This is the range in relation to the ambient temperature. This is the standard configuration with 4 tanks, which has the gas on top. Here you can see the consumption. And what you can see here is that it actually suffers when you need to put on the AC, because then we take some hydrogen, turn it into electricity, and turn on the AC. So that's why it's higher here. In wintertime, it's actually not a problem. You have, of course, cold winters here. I don't know, 10, 20 below C, that's not uncommon. But if you need more, we just add additional tanks. We have the same demand, but we bring up the range. So it's not something that I'm just saying. It can actually do this mileage. We have the same regarding the 18-meter articulated bus. Price is higher, but so is the range, because there's more room on top. We can actually fit an additional 2 tanks. So we start with 6 and take it up to 8 from there. And these prices are actually prices from if you order today. So please go ahead. And then there's the service setup, because that's always one of the questions that we have. How about the maintenance? We managed to actually have a setup where you can buy a number of buses. It doesn't have to be a lot. That price is okay, which I just showed you. And so is the maintenance, because there's only a limited number of parts, and our bus producer, Wrightbus, can see, okay, this will break, you need this as parts assurance. Which is what we prefer, because on a parts assurance, you don't have someone external to do all the maintenance, so you don't get the knowledge. We also do repair and maintenance, but we very much like the parts assurance. It's listed here why we do that. You have a budget, which you know the cost of. Everything is included in the price. You can have a flexible length of the contract. In Movia, it's 10 plus 2. Some places it may be 7 plus 3 or somewhere else. It doesn't cover vandalism and if you drive it into a tree, but everything else is included, and also the overhaul of the fuel cell. The price of 30 cents per kilometer is based on 70,000 on an annual basis. I think what you're paying at the moment for the 5 buses you have from Van Hoel is roughly 7 times as high or something like that. Really important, the operator has to get the experience, so his crew does the maintenance. And then there's the second part of the puzzle, that's the hydrogen fueling. For that there's a dedicated company, which is a spin-off of Nel. Nel is a hardware provider, but this company will provide you with hydrogen. And why are we doing that? It's actually because it's starting to make sense. I'll just take a little drink. Because if we have a long-term contract, for instance, of 10 years, we know exactly what it has of demand for hydrogen. We need to install the equipment. We can service and maintain it over the entire contract, and then we can just say, okay, this is what it will cost you. It's really bankable. Public authorities have a tendency to actually pay their bills, so banks like this a lot. And the hydrogen, that's dependent on the demand at the depot, but we will be going in a range between 7 to 5 euros per kilo. It's very dependent on the electricity that we need, for instance, in cooperation with Statkraft or similar, to produce it. We don't produce it at the depot, we transport it there, because if you go big, then hydrogen is fantastic. Electricity is cheap, and there aren't tariffs and other stuff we don't like. And then we take care of the entire value chain. It could be starting out here with our good partners who have the electricity. Then we produce it with the technology of Nel, which is very, very stable. It's been there since 1927. It's being distributed by truck. That will be a hydrogen truck as soon as it's ready. So there will be very, very limited emissions on that. We bring a lot of hydrogen to the depot, where it's connected to the refueling system and then fueled into the bus. So everything is included as one package. And why are we doing hydrogen? I think that it was said maybe once earlier today. This is specific for Denmark. But we are trying to implement renewables. And that's great. But if we can't use the electricity when it's produced, then it doesn't make sense. I think last year it was 50% of the production in Denmark was renewable, but only 31% of the consumption was renewable. We just opened the biggest wind park offshore in Europe. This number is not increasing, but this number is. So what we need to do is, of course, store it. And we will place the electrolyzers where it makes most sense, and then have some longer-term storage in order to actually do this. This makes the hydrogen even cheaper. We distribute it to the bus depot, where it's fueled as 100% clean fuel. If you charge your bus, I know it's different in Norway, but if you charge your bus in Denmark, you're actually only charging 31% of green electricity into your bus, because they don't care if the wind is blowing, they care if the passengers are not picked up. And at depot, we have different solutions. We have really small. If it's a really small fleet, then It will be a 500 bar truck. You can refuel directly from that. Or we have with one station module, the truck will be placed here, and then we can fuel from that, and the truck acts as backup. But as you increase your fleet, you can add more of these, but reserve the land as well. And we can actually have 3 of those. Then we can easily do 100 buses per night. It only takes 5 minutes to refuel a bus. And that's 5 minutes. And the good thing is, it will not cost you a fortune. You should let the people who actually know how to do this, do it. And as soon as there's some sort of scale, then we can actually present this to you in a really good way. So we will have the supply of hydrogen transported to you. It will meet the requirements set out. It can be 100% green, it could be 90% green. Either we will have certificates or we will plug it directly into a wind park. We will manage that. And then the price of hydrogen that you're paying also includes the service and maintenance of the facility. So there's no hidden things there. And actually you don't have to pay a lot for the system as well. If we have a good contract, then you only need to pay for the installment at the depot, and that's not a lot. Of course, the price will go up and down with the CPI. What we set out when we started the project was actually to do the cheapest zero emission. You can do TCO calculations the way you want them. This is one way to do it. What we're currently seeing is that this is probably where it is. This number has potentially gone down, but the indications we have is that the battery electric buses will end up here, and fuel cells with the numbers that we can provide you with at scale will end up here. And we have not counted in that you may need additional buses to service the routes. Should I leave this or should I leave this? That's it.
All right, there we go. Okay, so this is a... Huh? Thank you very much. This is a challenge. We will now soon have a break, and we want to cover some questions. And we have a lot of questions, luckily. One question that is posted many times is, will we share presentations afterwards? Yes, we will. And so, but coming on to one point which has been up here, about batteries, limited mineral resources, does it make sense to have big batteries, or should we rather invest more in infrastructure? I think that may be a big question. There's a show coming up in Busworld in Belgium, and I think if you want to go in depth there, I'm sure you will have the same discussion. So I don't know if anybody have a short answer, please feel free to come forward. Short question for Movia. Do you have a report on your survey available? Will there be? Excellent. Movia will have a report ready, and we will send it so that you will be noticed. That's great. So, solid state or ultracapacitor solutions, are they far away or are they already mature? Any answers?
You can also, Egil, okay. So also a question about cost reduction for the batteries. If you can say something about what you expect the next coming year or something for the cost reduction.
Okay, there was a question about solid state, how far away they are. They are not available yet. We know that Toyota has announced that they will come with an EV within pretty short time with solid-state batteries. We haven't seen any details of that. I saw a presentation from Saft earlier this year where they presented Saft is one of the biggest European producers of lithium batteries that has been around for many, many years and been one of the leading ones on the technology side. They indicated that they could have the first solid-state battery commercially available within 2-3 years, which had about the same energy density as the best batteries today, which means that you gain on safety but not on energy density, but more 5 to 6 years where you had this higher energy density. So I think we have to wait some few years, but they are not very far away. Ultracapacitors are available. And then there was a question about prices for cells. We have seen a dramatic reduction in cell prices the last few years. There are no gigafactories. The volumes have increased a lot, and the demand has increased a lot. We are in a situation where the demand is bigger than the supply, which is actually normally will drive prices up. We also see that they are starting to get higher raw material prices. But again, there are still some gains on scaling of this and more competitors. I think we have seen most of the cost reductions on cell now, and there won't be that much in the future. If there should be cell reductions, it has to be because you are able to get more kilowatt hours, more energy storage per kilo of material to put into the batteries. But we see a trend now with increased raw material prices, which is sort of driving the prices in the other direction.
Okay, then is there any PTA present who have put requirements on the sustainability of production on batteries and recycling demand requirements for those that actually have used them already? We have a common challenge. Ruter is working on it, and I'm sure many others are.
And we will have a presentation about that tomorrow, and also challenge the PTAs in the panel discussions about that tomorrow. Perfect.
Short question also, how many Class 2 buses do we need electric by 2030 in the Nordics? And I believe that the answer is thousands. I don't know if anybody have a better answer. Okay, I think we're ready for a break.
Yes, we are, and we saw that at the presentation from the bus suppliers, there were several with Class 2 buses, and I think it was, in some ways, a good way, good that it was just ordinary presentation, but that actually is a large step which has happened now the last month, that actually Class 2 buses, regional buses, is available now in the market. So that's really good news. So we take that good news into the break, and I have a lot of coffee for the break. And
please, the break will be 20 minutes, so please be back in 20 minutes. And we will also ring the bell. Thank you very much. welcome back. So now we're heading for the very last session for today. And now we're going to hear from the bus operators. First out is Nobina. Please welcome Jan Volsdal, CEO of Nobina. The floor is yours, Jan.
Hi. The microphone is on. Perfect. Okay, we are Nobina, and we are 11,000 employees. Most of the days we transport 1 million passengers in the Nordics, so we're quite a big bus operator. This thing we're talking about today, what's it all about? Well, of course, it's about free from local emissions, significant reduced noise pollution, and energy efficient as well. But it's also about increased customer appreciations, greater acceptance for buses in the cities. For being a bus operator, that's important as well. And, of course, maybe for Jon and the rest, it's important for the brand value of the PTAs. And most important, and not only because it's zero emission, but more people traveling with public transport is in itself sustainable. So it attracts more customers to our world. So what is this doing for us as a bus operator, this transition that we are in? Well, this is the normal bus operator's world, our operating model, but we're introducing a lot more complexity to what we are doing, together with our new partners, Heliox, BYD, and the PTAs. And to get most out of our money, our common money, we need to work more closely in this new model. Because just introducing electrical buses and old-fashioned thinking will be very costly. So this creates new demands to our cooperation with other partners, and especially the PTAs. Also, in a sustainable point of view, it's not all about zero emission. We also have to have in mind that the technology is moving very fast. And that means it also grows old very fast, possibly. So yesterday and tomorrow's topic is important as well. Because some of the things that we're introducing now will be not maybe absolute, but not competitive in the next contracts already. So we have to have that in mind as well. Future is now. This is our cities with electrical buses in Nobina. We started 2 big contracts this summer in Oslo, total 44 electrical articulated buses from BYD. But we have some years of experience, and we don't have... what's the English word for rekkeviddeangst? Yeah, we don't have that. So that's good news. But as I said earlier, it's another way of thinking. There needs to be a lot of competence development with us and with the PTA and others to get the most out of the system. And if we do that, then the total cost of zero-emission buses is not very high compared to the old systems. But it can be if we don't work together in this operating model that I showed you. We have total 150 e-buses in Nobina today, growing rapidly. We are very happy to see that in almost all new tenders that we have been through lately, and also in the coming ones, the e-buses are included in the tenders. So this will just keep on going. But it's been kind of a, I'm not here to sell Nobina. I'm here to most remind you that it's about cooperation now to get the most out of this transition, unless it's just for show. So to summarize a very short presentation so that you remember some things, the electric bus systems are vital components in the sustainable cities going forward. We need to get the most out of the money. Maybe here in Oslo we have the capacity to develop and spend some money on it, but in a bigger scale, it needs to be competitive to other systems. And to do that, we need to work together in a different way, and we need to develop new competencies in our company, as well as PTAs and others have to do. Also, some of the current technology concepts will be obsolete within these contracts that we are in now. So we have to have the sustainability view on that as well. Future is now, and we are here to be a part of it, and so far it's looking very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan. So the next speaker is Kjetil Førsvold. He's the CEO of Boreal. Welcome.
Hello, everybody, and thank you to Marius. He sent me an invitation a couple of months ago, and since I know Marius, I asked what should I speak about and how long. And after 6 weeks, I got a text, and that was so small that I couldn't really read it. So I thought I know Marius, and he wanted me to speak about zero-emission buses. So I do the usual. I talk about the company, and I show some stories. So thank you, Marius. And then 2 days before, he also tells it's in English, so I have to rewrite the whole text. So mandatory marketing. So we are 2,700 employees, turnover approximately 3 billion. We have nearly 1,000 buses all over the country. And we have 47 ferries, where we today build 5 new electrical operated ferries. And then we also operate a small tram line in Trondheim. So everybody talks about bus, so I thought, okay, then I can talk about the tram line. And then it's always very silent, because bus people, they often hate the tram line. That's my, but the point is, Trondheim got the tram in 1901. And why? Because then the city decided that they wanted lights in the street. So they implemented the city light, and then they had surplus energy. So they thought, what do we do with it? Okay, we need transportation, so we make a tram line. And that tram line is still operating today, living very well, and letting out only happy passengers. So, and it has pantograph, so really what I'm trying to say is that the technology, electricity, is quite old. Boreal, or the name was SOT in these days. In 1994, we put the first bus en route in Stavanger. It was a Neoplan metro liner, and the route was between city center and the hospital. And it had lead batteries that has to be changed between after 2 to 3 round tours with a crane. So that was a very heavy operation. So after a half a year, that was closed down. But I want to say that a good cooperation partner was the local energy company Lyse. Then in 2004, we thought that we try again in Trondheim. So then we looked at also between the city center and the hospital, and that was Technobus from Italy. And that project drew inspiration from the tram line, but again the batteries was very heavy and it couldn't go very far, so we dropped it, and the politicians were not very keen at that time. So in 2015 we implemented the first real bus in traffic in Norway. That was an e-busko. But before 2015, we spent approximately 2 years to find the right bus, because the big guys, Volvo, Scania, etc., they were not really there at that time. So it was not possible to have a bus from these guys. So we ended up with the Dutch company Ebusco that manufactured the bus and acquired the parts from China. So we put it en route in Stavanger, between Sandnes. And as you see here, always when something is a success, then all the politicians comes. And this is the mayor of the county, plus other important people. So they want to take the honor, be part of it. And that's good. So that happened. And charging time, 5 hours. That was in 2015. And we had Enova, and Lyse was also part of this. So Lyse, the local energy company, that in 1994 was part of it, also in 2015. Then 2018, we started up 1st of July in Kristiansand, AKT, or AKT, as you say in English, with 5 buses, again between the city and the hospital. I don't know why it's always between the city and the hospital. So, and since then we have operated 221,000 kilometers. It's functioning excellent. We had small problems with the charging in the beginning, but that was more the delivery of the charging system was a bit late. So AKT also implemented sun solar panel on the roof of the workshop. So they have really taken it out all the way. Just some facts about that. And then you saw the charging on the other 5 hours. Here we charge at the hospital between 6 to 8 minutes plus overnight charging. Top product, top function, and now we have ordered 2 new for a new route. And I also know that AKT has implemented 1 electrical bus in Mandal, and some buses are on the way to Arendal. So it's a good success history. What about the future? This is Stavanger. We closed the city street in the harbor at the end of June, and we took these nice pictures and a movie because we have acquired 50% of Forius PRT, the self-driving company. So this bus is going to go now en route in Forius between the offices in that part of the country. So we really believe that the technology is moving fast. The previous bus is already in the museum. So this is the next version. And this week I heard that it was launched level 4 autonomous bus. So now I have a red card, so I will say just thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Kjetil, making it so much easier for us to stay longer when people are more stand-up comedians in addition to telling stories. Great, thank you. So the next speaker is Øystein Svendsen. He is the CEO at Unibus. The floor is yours, Øystein.
Thank you. And thank you for the invite, and thank you all for coming up to Alnabru to look at our new charging station up there and the new buses. It was a very interesting few hours, and it reminds me that success, that there are a lot of fathers to success, and we're all here because this is really a big success story for us. We have as I said earlier, a number of electrical buses. Our experience is, however, not very long. We have 2 buses from Volvo that we are running in close conjunction with Opplandstrafikken in Lillehammer. And then we have the 40 buses from VDL, 30 articulated buses and 10 solo buses. And then we have 2 buses from Solaris from 2017. And we also have 5 hydrogen buses from Van Hoel that we have been running from 2012. It gives us some experience, but we still have a lot of things to learn. And one thing that we are looking into are different types of charging. And as you can see from the pictures here, we have Heliox as our main partner for charging. Heliox is, of course, also associated with VDL, and they've done a good job at Alnabru and to provide the charging system, and also at the Klemetsrud site, Heliox have charging systems. Then we also have a close cooperation with Siemens, that have charging systems at one of the subway stations in Oslo. And that is a somewhat different charging system with a pantograph coming down on the bus. The other ones, the Heliox and VDL, the pantograph is on the bus. And we, based on our limited experience, we can't see any difference in quality between those systems. They both work very well. Of course, you are a little more vulnerable with only one pantograph system. If that fails, the whole fleet is out. On the other hand, it's probably more expensive to have a pantograph on every bus. But both of them are working very well in our experience so far. A few other operational experience is that when you introduce a new technology, you always have teething problems. There are always things that you do not see when you start planning that you discover when you are implementing the new technology. Some of them are as expected. You have technical adjustments, you always have mirrors, you may have cameras, you may have the layout of a driving seat, so on and so forth. We are very happy that we had 2 years of experience with 2 Solaris buses before we started on this big expansion, because those 2 years were used learning a lot about electrical buses, and it was very valuable for us. It prepared us, prepared our organization and our know-how into electrical bus and running electrical buses on an efficient way. So a number of teething problems and the technical adjustments have not been very large, to be frank with you. It's been at the same level actually as buying diesel buses, which is quite interesting. We have some issues though. One is the charging transactions. And the system. We have experienced in the few weeks it's been running a bit of instability. It's a software issue, so we have straightened that out. We also have some issues with the batteries not being fully charged. That's also apparently a software issue that hasn't been solved. But the experts are on this, and I expect that in a few weeks those issues will be solved. To build a large charging station at Alnabru is complicated. There are a large number of partners involved, and it requires a very, very close cooperation between those parties, and also a very good definition of the role of each partner involved. We had some regulatory issues. We had some issues that were okay. We've solved them before we started. Some were solved just in time, and others were not solved, so we were delayed. So regulatory issues, even at a place which is a traditional bus garage, it's quite big and quite challenging. I can't emphasize enough to use the right type of know-how when you start establishing that type of infrastructure in a city. A couple of good ones. Power consumption is lower than what we expected. That is partly because of the bus, but also we have spent quite a bit of time training our drivers to drive in an economic fashion, soft type of driving. We have 1 day of mandatory education for each driver, but we also follow them throughout the first couple of weeks. And we measure how they're doing also. And that's good because then you could have a longer range on the electrical buses. The electrical buses are well received by our drivers. They love the electrical buses. They are silent, they are almost no vibrations in it, and they have a better communication with the customers on board. And the customers aboard, I think, are also more pleased. We can actually see some indication on Ruter's satisfaction measurement that they are pleased, but also the drivers are telling us that you know, I was driving yesterday and I was running the diesel bus, and this customer came on board and said, "Oh, this is a diesel bus. I'll wait until the electrical bus is a lot more interesting." So it is very, very interesting for people to use the electrical buses, and particularly in a city like Oslo that has such a large amount of electrical private cars as we have. The building is also an issue when you run a big business. It has to be not only close cooperation in the building project, but also between the building and running the business. And we did that as well, which we are very, very proud of. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Øystein. So our next speaker is Henning Bertelsen. He is the CTO of Norges Buss. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Henning Bertelsen. I'm the CTO in Norges Buss. And Norges Buss, we are part of this Torghatten group. And we have, in total, it's 1,500 buses in this Torghatten group. And in front, Norges Buss is in the front. As you can see, we have 34 electrical buses. In this region, we have for the most in change order, and we have also done the solution on the Tenrin Romerike and area 1, which is Nittedal and Lørenskog, 17 buses. And Kjetil, we have some buses when we started this tender in Stavanger in 2016. We had up some buses by Columbus. To have an overview, in total those 34 electrical buses. As you can see, the point with this illustration is that we have a lot of different kind of charging possibility. So far, we have not any goal to have a standardization of charging system. We are working with the bus supplier, so we can try to use the buses across the charging technology. Nowadays, we are learning a lot about it. We have a lot of experience with the different kind here. As Øystein said earlier, it's a lot of things that we have to learn and experience every day. So with this different kind of charging system, we are learning a lot about this. So we can see that, for example, this Ebusco buses with the AC charger and DC charger, it's a different kind of charging. Those Solaris buses, we have a pantograph on the roof, on the back of the roof. So we are charging mainly on the line and also in the depot overnight. And for the Mercedes-Benzes, Norges Buss was one of the first that ordered electrical buses from Mercedes. And when this project started, no one told us where the charger should be placed on the roof. Front, middle, back, wherever. And this 17 buses from Volvo is a traditional plug-in charger. It's a safe one, let's say that. So as you can see, we are doing a lot of experience. We don't know what is the best or not that good, but we try to find more experience with everything to gain information. In this first case, which is a kind of pilot project with 2 buses, this was the first project that Norges Buss was buying electrical buses. It was a little bit scaring, and we should like to reduce the risk. So in this case, we bought the bus and the pantograph from Solaris. And Solaris was buying the charging system from Econergetica. As you see here, on this time it was a 5-pin solution on the charging hood. I will come back to what I mentioned that now. This is one of the things. What we have learned about this project, it's a lot. We have 2 pictures here. It's a bridge. Let's have a limitation high of the restriction. And to run under this bridge, we have to do something with the bus. We reduce the height of the bus, we reduce the height of the panto on the roof, and then we can run under the bridge. The consequence was that we also had to reduce the height of the charging point. So, as you can see on the picture, a truck has hit this charging hood. Not 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, 4 times. And this is an experience. We know that we didn't think that could happen either. The limitation on the trucks is known in Norway, but sometimes the trucks are higher than the limitation. So we are doing something about this now. We say also when we should establish the charging point, no one liked to have the charger in the backyard. It was a hard work doing this, and even if Ruter did a very good job in the front and during the process, it takes quite a lot of time to install this. Today the charging point is running well. It's a high service level on this charger. So the downtime has been more to the someone has hit the charger. The second case is also Oslo Northeast that we have expanded. So in total now we have 12 buses, 6 Solaris buses and 6 Mercedes-Benz. And here, since Solaris started building buses in 2009, and the development has run. So the standardization has more or less been for 4-pin, but Solaris was quite early, tried to use a solution with 5, and then we have to rebuild now. As I said, the Mercedes-Benz was quite early on this procurement, and we didn't know should the Panto be in front or in back. Typically, it ends up in the front and the Solaris in the back. This gives us some extra work to do in the depot. But we have solved this also. And today we are working with the infrastructure, and we choose to take charger from Medcom. Now one of the big suppliers could deliver this solution we was asking for. A quite solution, a solution with the smart solution, small area, and we can use the parking for parking the bus. In operation in October. And just a short one for this Romerike with this 17 Volvo buses. And the message from me is that performance is better than expected. We are charging good, the bus is operating good, the driver is feeling well, everything seems to be very good at the moment. Yes.
Thank you very much, Henning. So now I will give the floor to Hans Petter Sundberg. He is the CTO of Vy Bus. Welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for being here so late in this afternoon. I will see if I can continue to keep you awake. I speak about operating and purchasing of the electric buses in the Vy Group. First of all, the Vy Group is quite new establishment. We are building a new company for the future, and I would like to say, welcome you a little bit, short introduction to the Vy Group. Interestingly enough, it's about 500,000 people who travels with the Vy Group in Norway and Sweden each day. That's very interesting. The group consists of train business, both with cargoes and with public transport, significant bus operations, and we are also developing quite much into the new mobility area and also for tourism. So we will want to have this several legs for the group in the future. As you can see to the right, to the left for you, it's our commercial lines. The group consists, the V bus is having 2,900 buses approximately, and annual works is about 5,400. And we are measuring the customer satisfaction indexes, which is at the moment at 78. And when it comes to new mobility business, we are developing, and we shall be the one to ask when you go from A to B, not only the main distance, but also to where you are and to where you are going. And for this, we have some visions. We do test together with Brakka, these autonomous buses in Kongsberg. We do some business with Go Mobile to develop on-demand services. And many of you already know what we call Din Bybil, which is now operating in Oslo at the moment with 250 share cars, all of them electric, and of course also the autonomous buses is fully electric. So that's we in short. The next is now how we are operating electric buses. The Drammen project has been presented here previously. Not to say too much about it, but it went live at the 25th of March this year. It's 6 Volvo buses together with Brakka, which I had today. The bus is 12 meters and the battery is 150 kilowatt-hour. This is the 2 pantograph charging stations at Mjøndalen and Drammen. And the bus depot in Kobbervikdalen do have plug-in chargers with cables. It's from ABB. Driver survey has been made in May this year, and the drivers are very happy. They like the buses. They like how they are working, how they are performing. They think it's easy to operate the charger processes and so on. Now it's a successful operations. Östersund project is in Sweden, a city in Sweden. Went live for over 1 year ago. It's together with Scania, which is the pilot project of Scania, with 6 Scania buses, 12 meters, also with a battery of 150 kilowatt-hours. Charging is pantographs, and the line looks like this. It's a very flat line with the pantographs in each end. And what happens here is that it's very popular in Östersund, and they have measured the increase of the passengers by 17% for a very short period. So that's a very good success. And also here, the evaluation are very successful. It's the complaint they get is that the diesel buses now they are really noisy. So this is working very well also in Östersund. And I have to speed on. The purchase of the electric buses is very exciting now at the moment because we have these 4 contracts with the start of operations in 2020. We are providing 17 buses at Slemmestad to Ruter, and we are 17 buses to Haugesund, 20 buses to Hamar, and also 10 buses to Ålesund next year. So we are now in a heavy purchasing processes, both for the buses and also for the purchasing system. For the charging system. And we do have a lot of civil work to take care of, and also for grid connection and transformators and everything. It's quite a big project for us now, so we are really working on this to be ready to 2020 for the operations. And it's very good to be here and listen to all the experiences that we share together here. For us, it's very valuable. we have some really challenging issues when it comes to the electricity and introducing that into the bus operation, which has been 100 years in diesel. So I see that I'm out of time now, so we can only take the headlines here. It's challenging very much our logistic planning capabilities. There's a lot of new parameters to taking into account. We have to learn from that. We have to develop a battery strategy, how to deal with used batteries, and also we have to think about how to integrate with the charger systems. They have to be compatible with the buses and the plans we have made, and also we have to take care of the grid connections very carefully. Okay, these are issues that I would like to tell and inform to the PTAs. I'm sure that to the PTAs, yeah, this is well known, I think, for Ruter, but it's not always. I'm not sure that everybody has it, but this is some issues that you should take care of as a PTA. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Hans-Petter. So now to the last speaker. Please give him a warm applause, because it's the last one and you are still here. Give the floor to Roger Harkestad, CEO of Tide. Here you go.
Thank you, and thank you for the invitation. I'm going to talk a little about our experience from electric buses, and that's only 25 days regarding the battery buses. But actually, we've been driving electrical buses for 60 years with a trolley bus in Bergen. But today, the mainly focus is on the battery buses. Tide today is a growing company. We are in most part of Norway and in the middle of Denmark. And last year we had 2.9 billion NOK in revenue, and we have an order backlog of 30 billion NOK. We have had a quite busy summer, hired 1,000 new employees during the summer, and have a big growth in the company. Totally now we have 2,150 buses in our fleet. Our vision is excellent travel experiences every day. This is the busy work we were doing during the summer. And what's interesting is that every tender in Norway is low emission or zero emission regarding the technology. When we're going to Denmark, it's still ordinary diesel, but it's a short contract just waiting for the e-buses in 2 years' time. We bought 770 large new buses this summer. And most of these are low emission or zero emission. Trondheim is quite a project. I think Trondheim is one of the biggest public transport projects that has been done in the northern part of Europe the last couple of years. And we are proud to be a part of this. Our fleet in Trondheim is metro buses, electrical buses, biogas buses, and HVO buses. We are proud to do this project in Trondheim, but at the same time it's demanding to go electric and do a lot of infrastructure at the same time. Our perspectives on the market is that we are still on an early stage. Yes, the buses are functioning. Yes, the buses are running well, but still there's a lot of learning to do, both for us as a bus company, for the PTA, for the supplier of the charging system, for the owner of the depots. So I think we will still have a few years that we will learn, and that we should accept that this is still an early stage. Still, there's most low floor and low entry buses. The first articulated buses in Norway arrived this summer, and we see the big numbers here in the Ruter area for articulated buses going with battery. And we still wait for the first buses to run in Trondheim on the articulated buses. I hope it is today or tomorrow. We also see that the difference between the Chinese manufacturers and the European manufacturers are much smaller than it has been previously when we are studying the diesel buses. And we see that probably there will be bigger competition regarding e-buses in the future because we have more manufacturers to choose from. Still, there's a limited selection of buses and equipment regarding driving these buses in the Nordics. And we still need a development for the e-buses to be just as good as the traditional diesel buses regarding what we need to choose on equipment on these buses. But there's a new issue coming up. We can feel the demand for also having e-buses into the commercial segments. We can feel the demand for having the e-buses on the coaches, on the long-distance travels, the express buses. But we don't see that the buses are really there still, and it's natural. We've been hearing about the weight and the battery capacity, and we're going to run coaches for 300 or 400 kilometers. We can't expect our passengers to sit in the bus and wait for charging, and we can't find any charging stations when we are running either. But I think there will be some solutions because a lot of the coaches is running within the cities. And I think it's time to start to try also to run commercial vehicles on e-buses in a smaller scale for the next couple of years. TD is constantly adapting to the new environmentally friendly technology. Our project in Trondheim is our biggest contract. There is 35 electrical buses, is 25 12-meter Volvos, pantograph charged, and actually we have 11 from Helsinki, also pantograph charged and articulated buses. The experience of introducing these buses in Trondheim, of course, these buses are well adapted from the passengers. You can feel the quietness in the buses, and that is also the feedback from the drivers. And I think my first experience talking to the drivers who had the training and was running the buses the first days, they were really proud. This was a good bus to be a driver in. The pantograph charging with Volvo has functioned more or less as it should do. But there are still some issues to be solved, and I'm going to talk about that after on. The depot charging works well. But we have met some critical factors. The communication between the bus and the pantograph has been a few issues for the first couple of weeks. And this is also an issue that is some kind of way trouble to deal with, because we are not all owning the charging stations, the PTA is. And then we have Volvo as our supplier, or Helsinki as our supplier. And then we don't know, is it the bus that is miscommunicating? Is it the pantograph that is miscommunicating? Or was it a driver fault? Still, only 25 days. I'm sure in another 25 days, this is forgotten. But I think it's important that we, in the first couple of weeks, in the first couple of days, should be aware. And we need all the people with the knowledge and how this is going to work to be on site. And I think that is also one of the learning factors from Trondheim, that we need the knowledge to be on site on the first couple of weeks. Another experience was that we in the bus industry, we are of course well learned that the bus should leave just now when the timetable says it's going to leave. And if it's something wrong, we have to get another bus or another driver, and we have to fix the situation immediately. But do the service personnel who is going to fix the pantograph, and the pantograph, it doesn't work, do they think at the same way? No, they didn't. We can come on Monday. No, that won't work. So also, the rest of the value chain has to adapt to the expectations of how the public transport is going to work. What we also learned from Trondheim, we should have more practical training. Not training, but try to run the electrical buses in ordinary traffic before actually the contract was starting. We have trained the drivers a lot of days. The drivers said that we are familiar with the bus, we know the bus, everything is okay. But it's something when you have the amount of training that the 7.5 hours workday that gives you another opinion on that. So I would next time recommend to have more real-time driving and also drive it in the routes before the contracts is starting, if that's possible. And then you have to optimize the control system against the operating systems to be well aware of the quality that we need. How to succeed with electric buses, increased and good interaction between the client and the operator. If you have pantograph charged buses, you need to work with the operator and PTA pretty close. You can't change the line. You can't make the line 1 kilometer longer. Maybe there's not enough battery. This is a few issues that we are not used to deal with. We have to have clear interfaces and clarification on the responsibility between the operator and the client. When the pantograph is not working, that was ATB or the PTA's issue, but it's still our issue because we were not able to drive the buses. And this is some of the questions we have to raise and make clear for the future. Which charging method you should choose for the future? It depends. But it will have consequences for route planning and will have consequences for the cityscape. And the last thing I would say, Trondheim is a good example. We had 2 years, still didn't reach all the timelines. But we need time when we are going to introduce electrical buses into new tenders. So give us more time than that ordinary 12 or 13 months. We need it. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for this good insight. Trondheim is one large city in Norway, and they were very early in starting their big tender, so it's really good to hear the experiences.
Yeah, it was the first tender which had zero-emission buses demand for 4 lines, so it was a really good milestone 2.5 years ago.
About the time, you just mentioned timing. There was a question on delivery time of buses. I guess the answer is between 6 and 12 months, basically, plus some time. But there are many players here, and I'm sure there are lots of answers. I would say, please take the opportunity to talk to the key players here that have been on stage, and you still have time afterwards to actually talk to them directly. So, Marius, there was a question about overview of electric buses in Norway.
Yes, and we have made one, but it's a hard topic to keep up, to have the overview of all the electrical buses in operation, but at least in order, and which suppliers. So please give us feedback when you have decided which buses you're going to buy, and then we can keep up to have a good update and share it with the people who would like to have that overview.
So we have a tiny bit of time. We actually have some minutes. We did a sprint on the end. There are many players here, and to go further, what would be? I would ask the operators, the bus manufacturers, and the charging infra people. What are your wishes, or what would you like to see happen in the market, and especially from the PTAs, to help accelerate the adoption of zero-emission buses? That's electric and hydrogen. What do we need from each other now to make this happen? Please feel free to jump up and come forward to comment, because I invite you now to say, what's your wish? What do we need from here? What kind of change do we need? It can be a small change in a requirement, or it can be something else.
We will start with the bus operators. Some of you had like some points to the PTAs, but are there some main issue you want to address? What is your wish for Ruter and other PTAs to do in the next tenders and to speed up? Yeah. Or someone?
Okay.
Yeah.
There we go. First mover, it's very important.
Okay, I think maybe the feedback is maybe to start with one route and not put everything into a big volume. And when it functions, you can expand and do it better. Or do even more buses. So to implement that in the contracts, I think is maybe the best way to do it. So what I heard from Jóhannes was not very explicit, but I heard that maybe the volume is a little bit big to start with, so that it could be. Oh, he's shaking his head, so he will probably comment it after me. But I can say, I tried to show in my presentation that learning by experience, failing, bringing Enova, Lyse, Columbus, AKT together with you on board, testing it, stay together, don't complain on each other. I think that's the best way to do it. So yeah. So in Kristiansand it functions very well. They started with one route, it functions, and we should not forget that it's the passengers. It's not the technology. It's not to be first or biggest battery or whatever. It's to bring the passengers from A to B. That is the key mission for us. We should not forget that. Thank you.
Thank you. But yeah, Roger, do you want to add some or to?
Yeah, I would agree with Kjetil that use the change orders and have a limited buses. I'm not going to have an opinion if limited is 10, 20 or 30 as it is in Trondheim, but use change orders and accept that this is new technology. Accept that this is new technology and that the electrical buses in a short period of time, of half a year or a year, would not function so perfect as a diesel bus. I think that's the most important. Give us time to learn this and to have a fine-tuning on the technology. I think that's the most important perspective.
A lot of things have been said about what we would like. From our perspective, I think one of the genial things with Ruter is that they have a very good role definition of who is responsible for charging. And I think by doing it this way, that the operator is responsible for everything above the ground, and Ruter takes care of everything underneath the ground, then the operator has to have the total responsibility for pantographs and so on and so forth. So you avoid those type of games that you may run into other places. Then I agree that you have to give us a little more slack, a little more time to make this technology stable. And because it is early times, and I think we need that. As far as the bus is concerned, we of course, at least from our perspective, we would like lower prices on the electrical buses. There's no reason why they should be so expensive. It's a simple technology, and prices on batteries have come down quite a bit. And we see that with passenger cars, prices of passenger cars has dropped quite a bit, and you get new movers into the market. And I think to create that type of price pressure is very important, because electrical buses are too expensive today. So that's a challenge for the suppliers.
very good that you had, because you have the really important role that you give the tenders to the PTAs and you buy the equipment from the suppliers. So to have lower cost for the electrical buses. So I hope the bus suppliers are writing it down, lower cost. Some other things for that role, your role as a buyer of the equipment towards the supply value chain. What is do you have some important message to the supply industry in addition to lower cost? What is the main issue you see that you would like the supply industry to improve and to fix so that we can speed on the development of zero-emission buses?
I believe it's getting late. Volvo wants to say something.
My name is Sven. I'm responsible for the Volvo buses in Norway. You asked what we could wish when it comes to the PTAs, and my wish is to give and to facilitate also the possibilities to use other technology and only the depot charging. So, because we see in a lot of the tenders now out there, it is a kind of a favoring of the depot solution, and that might not be always the best solution if you compare with all those factors involved in this. So that is my wish, and also a kind of a standardization could also be good, so we avoid the front of the bus and the back on the bus and the top and down, whatever. So that could be a very good also advice. Thank you.
Okay, I think we will end this small Q&A session, and Jenny will, our excellent moderator today, will have the final words. Please welcome Jenny.
Thank you. So I suppose you all are hungry now, so I'm just going to give you a couple of words. Thank you very much to all the speakers today. Thanks for the excellent questions from the audience and your patience being here this late. We've learned a lot today. We've had a bit tight schedule with actually 35 speakers. Maybe that's a record. If you people in this audience normally have conferences and organize conferences. 35 is actually a record even for Zero and Marius Yashet, I think. And we're actually on time, so that's quite fantastic. The reason why we wanted to invite all these many speakers is actually to show all the good e-bus activities going on in the Nordic countries. That's quite inspiring, and we wanted to give the floor to all the different actors in the big family of public transportation. We are working quite hard, all of us, to get rid of the fossil fuels and to have the future of electric and hydrogen mobility. So the message to our striking kids on Friday would be that we are working quite hard. We're working day and even the evenings, and now we are heading for dinner. So speaking of working hard, tomorrow morning the program starts at 8:15. So please be up early and ready for new debates. Tomorrow we will dig more into the details of implementation and the procurement processes, the policy framework, and the learnings and the way forward. We will also have a political debate between the counties and national politicians about the frameworks. Tomorrow's program will be in Norwegian. Thank you very much for the ones that are leaving us today and won't be here tomorrow. Please keep your name tags if you're coming back tomorrow. I would like to use the opportunity to invite you all to... Is it coming? There. No, this one. There. The Zero Emission Conference. It's in November, the 6th and 7th of November in Oslo, arranged by Marius and me and the other team in Zero. And a little bit later in November, there will be Kollektivtrafik konferansen arranged by the Public Transport Norway. So now to some of the practicalities. Ruter will kindly now invite us to a bus charging demo. Please meet up at the e-bus charging station at Vippetangen at 7:30. If you want to go together with a group, there is a group leaving from here, 7:10, just outside this building. So in some minutes, and you can go there together. After the demo, of course, we will finally eat dinner together at the restaurant Vippa. It's a street food hall with really nice food. At Vippa, you will meet Reijo and Olaf from Public Transport Norway. They have a welcome stand there, and you can look for the beach flag for Kollektivtrafikforeningen. So thank you all for today, and much welcome tomorrow.